Everyone, how are you all doing? Hello! It has been a second, I'd say. I hope you've all been well. Let me go ahead and double check on those names there. So let's see here. We have hold on, let's see. On Twitch's side of things, we have Senapa, we have Black Ruby, and we have Eska and Jack. Hello, welcome in. And then on YouTube side of things, we have on here, let's see, Vi, welcome in, Vi. Hi. Let me just double check I didn't miss anyone. So, are you ready for a fun time story? Yesterday, I had to cancel stream because my internet wasn't doing too well, and it was unfortunate. And the past few days, I'd say my internet's been wacky, and I tried the things they say to do. You know, we tried to, the remote was reset, the Ethernet was unplugged. Hi, Cats on Keyboard, welcome in. And I'm the Mary who joined your Discord server yesterday. Well, welcome in, Mary. Hello. Thanks for joining the Discord, and thanks for joining the stream as well. But I'm getting there. The fun is in the mistakes and friends we made along the way. So, I unplugged the Ethernet cable from the modem, but never did I think to check to see if the Ethernet cable was plugged into the computer. So, I was unplugging and replugging a cord that wasn't even plugged in the first place. And, so the good news is, now I know if I ever see internet bars on my computer internet connection, I know the Ethernet's been unplugged. Because it shouldn't be the internet bars, it should be the little connection symbol. So now I know! Oh boy, and that redeemed. Let me go ahead and get that hydration before I dehydration. Welcome in again, Cats on Keyboard to stream as well. And yeah, see, I told you the fun part! Oh boy! Tasty. Yeah, I think it just might boil down to hi boss, hi chat, hi Seratus, welcome into stream. Hello, and hi Fontanian Waters as well. Hello and welcome in. I also have a surprise, I believe, in Pixelart time. Indeed, and let's see here, Art Universe, welcome into stream. Welcome to you too. Now, to the people who are on YouTube, I think if the bot works the right way it should, fingers crossed, I have a surprise. And hi Devilar, welcome into stream. Welcome back in. What you should be able to do, if I did this properly, you should be able to do exclamation say, and then you can type in whatever you want to say like that, and it should, in theory, look at that. So now, if you want to send messages that appear in Twitch chat, you can. A workaround, you could say. I hope that's handy. I hope it's a little bit of fun and it can feel like you're more so interacting. That should be a fun thing to do. Let's see here. With that said, let me also do, let's see here. You hear. Lovely. I don't believe I missed anything. I hope your weeks have been all well, aside from the technical and person-technically difficulties yesterday. I'm excited for tomorrow, though. Once we finish the spooky month theme, then we move back to boring old fall, I suppose. And Pixelart? Yeah, I'm excited for Pixelart. I'm excited for the holidays, but I do miss my spookiness. But tomorrow should be the last of the whole idea, and then we can move on to the whole back to fall for a little bit, and then move on to December. Ain't it winter already though? No, we still have to go through Thanksgiving. It's November. November is not winter. December's winter, and then January's winter. I think February's winter. Maybe March is then where spring starts. Possibly. I think. I was never good with seasons or dates or days. I just remember, yes, it feels this way, so it must be the season. But this month is even scary because of all the Movember? Is that a thing? And let's see here. To me, you're speaking very fast, or maybe I'm just slow at understanding English. I have been told I tend to speak at a fast pace. And I have also been told, though, that as I go forward, and oh, it is working. Lovely, lovely. Hi, check on YouTube side of things. And hi, Lujagarm, possibly? Welcome into stream, and I can certainly try your name again as well. And Movember Mustache. Oh, I see. And this is even as fast as she can speak. With that timer up, though, why don't we go ahead and get into things? So let me bring you into, let's see here, the planning screen, transition. And I do that as well, lovely. Okay, so transitioning time. Today should be a lot of fun. We'll be continuing our whole dungeon prop theme idea with the tiles that we've been making. And I'm hoping we can get through all three. So I'm hoping to see if we can study cobwebs, to see if we can study porches, and to see if we can study how to draw chains. And hi, Ajika. Welcome into stream. We're just in time. How we doing? We doing good. We're about to do some Pixelart as well, indeedy. And cool dungeon. Yeah, hopefully, fingers crossed, it'll come to life. And it is now true autumn. It does feel like November. Well, I'd say November and September are autumn, and then October's just spooky. It doesn't get a season. It is just spooky season. And that's how it goes. So to start things off, let's go ahead and talk about, well, look at the Pixelart of the day, shall we? So let me go ahead and bring you into if I click on the screen here, then click on the screen here, I should then be able to click on this screen here, and you guys get autumn. You know what? Fair point. I remember a time when I could look outside on Christmas Day and it was snowing. Now it feels like summer. It's awful. But then, one day in the future, nice one, a bit obvious, but still, it's an A for effort check. It's becoming harder and harder to either find the puns or think of them, but yeah, I'm sure with some practice they'll eventually come to mind. And hi, Hollow, welcome into stream. Hello, Eris. I'm here to cause chaos. Well, I sure hope not, because chaos doesn't happen around here. Any chaos caused, it flattens out to neutral. I am surely assured. Let me move you into, let's see, here, and then let's see here, and then I should be able to move you here, drag you a little bit here, and then scroll down here, and I did read that, lovely, and then if I click you here and close you here and save that there, okay, I believe all the things should be good and open to go. And, well, that's not very punny of you. I definitely don't live by the puns. I merely dip my toe in them from time to time. I think of all the punny people here, Chex has got to be up there. And September is summery autumn, November is wintry autumn. Fair point, I can see it, yeah. And what's with the corny jokes? I agree. So, welcome into Pixelart of the Day, a section I like to do at but we don't talk about that. We don't talk about that at all, Jack. It's to keep in mind the idea of what's not a lot, I assure you. Pixelart of the Day, though, is a section I like to do at the beginning of stream, where we spend about 5 to 8 minutes looking at some pixel art I can either find on Twitter, Pinterest, Instagram, places of the sorts. And the idea is that if you want to get better at something, not only do you have to do the thing, but you have to look at other people doing the thing. So for example, you want to make music, you gotta listen to a lot of music. You want to make games, you gotta play a lot of games. And if you want to make art, you gotta look at a lot of art. You gotta get those observation skills down to a T. The idea behind Pixelart of the Day is that we're doing just that. We're getting our minds warmed up for pixel art before we actually do some pixel art. And I'm ready. Pixel art time. Yeah. yeah. I'm hoping it'll be fun. Today's Pixel art of the Day is by, on Twitter, I butcher this, Mastino Death. So if you like this art, consider checking them out. As the idea is that since we're doing cobwebs and torches and I believe chains, I found some cobwebby art that I think could be a lot of fun. So with that said, let me move that down here. Let me go ahead and I believe enable this guy here, and there we go. Does the timer work? The timer is frozen. Okay, hold on. Let's see here. Spare timer, elevator timer, countdown, art. We'll use that timer then, and we'll do, let's see. You there, and then we'll set you to, let's do 6 minutes. I think 6 minutes should be fine. All right, with 6 minutes on the clock, you can see here as well, there's different aspects you can look at when it comes to art. You can see silhouette, design, color, technique, shapes, purpose, lighting, readability. Those are things you can think about when it comes to this art. You can think about things you like about it, things you dislike about it, and also question yourself on why. As the idea is that if you like something about the art, then you can add it to your art. If you don't like it, then you can avoid it when you do your own art. And 10 out of times in terms of droopiness. That, you know, I do agree. I feel like there's a certain weight to the cobwebs. And I'll put on here, let's see, droopiness. I do agree. And the question then is, if you feel that it is droopy and it feels it has weight, why do you think it has that? How do you think it's working? And I'd say maybe it's due, possibly, P-O-S-S-I, possibly due to slight curves within, oh, hold on, W-I-T-H-I-N, within the web. I think that's the reason why it feels droopy. And glasses coggle, sure.
Emmy
Hi,
Dev just redeemed glasses toggle.
Welcome in. And hold on, let me get that timer out here for 10 minutes, I believe is that timer. Should be going, let's see. 10-minute timer, start, and glasses toggled, starting. Big brain dive. And hi, welcome into stream. So let's see here. Usually what I start off with is I like to look at color. I like to try my best to see what the main colors of the Pixelart are. And for this one, I'd say it boils down to two colors. We have brown and we also have white. Another thing I notice is that there's low saturation. So if, for example, look at me, then look at the art. And then look at me, look at the art. Do you notice how bright I am in comparison to the art itself? So when I talk about saturation, I mean how heavy does that color hit you? And I'm saying here some low saturation. So S-A-T-U-R-A-T-I-O-N. And because of the low saturation, I think it makes it feels more natural, N-A-T-U-R-A-L, more natural, dusty, D-U-S-T-Y, old. And I think that's exactly what they're going for. Had the colors been brighter, I don't think it would have been as effective as feeling like an antique, possibly. I think the less saturated tones make it feel more natural in the sense of usually natural things in real life aren't very saturated. And if you want something that feels more childish, more cartoonish, you go for high saturation colors. And if you want something more natural and more down to earth, you go for more of the less saturated tones. So I think this is a really good example of just color palettes mattering in the sense of if it was a different color or if it was a different saturation, it might not have worked as well. Another thing I like about it too is the dimension. I'll put that on here. D-I-M-E-N-M, oh, is it T? No. Dimension, like that feels partially right, so we're gonna go with it. And what I mean by that is I don't think you'd call those cogs, but the teeth. I think they're called teeth. The teeth on the cog feel 3D. Oh, 3D due to 3, or yeah, I could say 4, due to 4 colors being used. And what I mean is, if we scroll in here a little bit, you can see there's a color up here, there's a color here, there's a color here, and there's a color here. So 4 colors in total to make it feel like there is dimension to it when it's turning in space. And I like how the frame cuts off on the left. Ah, do you mean this part here at least? I definitely feel like the pixel art itself is really dynamic, and also, let me move this up here, make it easier to see everything since you have a little pixel art of the day guy up there. But that's an interesting point to note, chat. Let's see here. So I'll add that on there. Let's see, cut, or rather, I think beam is cut off as wheel comes towards screen. Oh, yes, towards screen, making it feel D-Y-N-A-M-I-C, making it feel dynamic. And what I mean to say is that it feels like this is going back in space by a lot, and this is coming forward in space by a lot. Had it been that the wheel would be a little bit more centered, maybe not as much, but since this is the center of the piece, so this would be tackling something on the terms of composition, in the sense of the wheel, the cog, I think, is meant to be the main piece, but this as the second focus, and then this is the last focus. So this is to the side because you're not trying to look at it, you're trying to look at the wheel specifically here. And then next up is the cobwebs. And to note about the cobwebs, I will certainly say, there's it's a small difference, but there's a lot of colors going on. So I'll put different, D-I-F-F-E-R-E-N-T, different lighting / shading in cobwebs. C-O-B W-E-B-S, different lighting / shading in cobwebs. I think I spotted about 4 colors if we check. We have 1 color here, we have another color here, possibly another color here, and then another color here. So I'd say different lighting / shading in cobwebs, possibly 3 to 4 colors. So 3 to 4 colors, which make the web feel maybe realistic's the better word, and And we'll go realistic for now. Realistic. You know what? Perfect. I like that. Colors which make the web's lighting, L-I-G-H-T, lighting, feel silky smooth. What a horrible pun, I say. But for this one specifically, it certainly works, and it certainly makes its case. Yeah, it feels silky smooth. What's something else I'd say? I would add as well, the old feel is E-M-P-H-A-S-I-S-E-D. Does emphasize have a Z in it? The old feel is emphasized by the cracks in the wood/grain. I think that's it. Time is up, so I'll go ahead and hide the timer. But I think another reason it feels old and antique is because of the cracks. So you can kind of see a little bit of a crack here, a little bit of a crack here. There's a few cracks in some areas, and I think that adds to it feeling old. And hi, Captain McFriendly. Welcome into stream. A wild heiress appears, probably on schedule that I forgot to check, but to me, it's a big welcome surprise. So, surprise! Oh, it's a surprise to see you, and welcome in. Yesterday, well, I do my best to stay on schedule, but sometimes things come up, or sometimes I get sick and I can't do the schedule. But if you ever need the schedule, it should usually be pinned up on my social medias or on Discord as well. You can also check my website for the schedule, and I believe if I do this, given, granted, it is a little bit outdated considering yesterday's stream was canceled and yesterday will be tomorrow. But all in all, if you want the up-to-date, that should be able to help you out. And I keep hearing the schedule word. I don't know what it means, but it sounds neat. I like it when organized people stick to one. Well, thank you. And hi, Anne. Welcome into the stream. Welcome back. I think these are lovely notes, though. So why don't we go ahead and continue? Since, yeah, I think that's what this boils down to and why it feels so nice and tasty. With that said, though, let's go ahead and move back to our planning screen and continue. So let's see here. We talked about our pixel art today. Let's quickly go over resources, shall we? If I click on the proper buttons, because, buttons, they don't want to listen to you all the time. Sometimes, maybe, it depends. Let me bring you to this screen here. Fingers crossed this is working correctly. Lovely. And let me go ahead and move this guy also up here so I can see this guy too. Lovely. So, if you don't know, I have a website. You can go to arisuzuri.com. And if I go ahead and click on this guy here and type that in there, it should also send to both YouTube and Twitter and next stream. So, as I said, it is possibly accurate check. I am currently getting help for how to make the clock accurate because this is JavaScript. No, this is HTML, and I don't know HTML. So the timer's not working. It will work soon. A lot of this is just so TM. And it leads up to people who aren't dedicated to keeping an eye out. And we can wait a switch. Of course. And what this website is basically, I am a game developer, and my hope is that by doing these streams, by doing the videos, I hope to get better at all aspects of game development. So from making pixel art, which we're doing today, so making art of the game, to making the music for the game, to making the programming of the game, my hope is to figure out how to understand all aspects of it. And since I'm a beginner, and many of you are beginners, the hope is that this website can act as a helpful resource when it comes to learning and studying in that regard. And if you click on, let's see, for example, here we go to, oh, it's not good when I'm getting lost on my own website. You click on resources, you can see all of the previous studies we've done, and today is about dungeon asset sprites, but for example, you can see here, getting started with pixel art. And if you scroll down here, there is a video that covers all of what this is, but if you're more of a reader, it's all here. If you're more of a listener, this video is also here. The idea is that I go over programs, I go over websites, I go over books, things of that nature. Ooh, hold on, how do I say it again? Lumoil? Was that it? Welcome back in it. I can certainly try again. It takes a few bits for me to get it down, but welcome back in. And legit question, this one's my one for the day. What about marketing? I feel like that's a hugely neglected part. I hope to cover marketing when I get there, well, I've worked on one game before. I'm currently in the process of making my second game, but my hope is to get this game up on Steam. But before I can get the game on Steam, I gotta make the game. But I hope to learn how to go through the process of making it. And Lumiol, is that better? Lumiol? You're trying, it's good enough for me? Well, thank you. I'm glad the attempts are appreciated. Saying that, what you can do is, the link I sent, you can click, and if I go to, let's see, dungeon will work? Yes, dungeon asset sprites. And you can see here, it's the previous Dungeons prompt stream we've done. We also have a website on here. So for example here, I can click, let's start with the playlist actually. The playlist here is where I do my best to gather videos related to the topic. In this case, since it's dungeon props, I try to find videos that relate to the topic. So in this case, you can see a lot of barrels, a lot of chests, anything I could find here. So if you're more video person, it makes sense. Yep. The hope is to do one thing at a time, to not hopefully get as overwhelmed as I might get if I try to do everything at once. Right now, specifically, we want to get the prototype done and we want to get the demo done. Then we can think about Steam. And I'm doing great. Your website seems like an actual gold mine. Well, lovely. I'm really happy to hear it. It's a really good idea. Well, thank you. If we click on here, not only is there a playlist, we also have on here websites. And I like clicking at these websites since some people need a little, well, some people like reading more than listening or watching the videos. And I also like GIFs. So GIFs can help me in a pinch when I'm trying to understand something. So a website like this one here helps in the sense of if I need a quick reference for something, I can look at a GIF here and timer's done. So no more big brain time. Glasses have been toggled off. And it'll go over different sprites, different GIFs and images, and I think it's pretty handy and super duper neat. If I click on this guy here, you can also see there's this website called the Spriters Resource. For the longest time, I called it the Sprites Resource by mistake. But if you click on this website, what you'll see is a lot of possibly familiar images popping up. The idea is that this website is basically as Lumiel pointed out, a gold mine. This one specifically. The idea is that a lot of people come together, they look at their favorite games, and they get the assets of their favorite games, and they put them up on this website. So you might notice some familiar names here, like maybe Deltarune or Fields of Mystria or Terraria. And for this example, let's go with Undertale, since I think everyone's gotta know Undertale. If I click on this guy here, and I click on our main character, you can see it is a sprite sheet of the character directly from the game. And the hope is that by clicking this download button, so by downloading this guy, I can then go into my Pixelart program of choice. In this case, I use Aseprite. And if I click on that guy and I bring you into here, if I wanted to learn how to draw a character this size and like this type, how would you do it? For example, when we looked at our Pixelart of the day, if I go back to PRF very quickly, if I wanted to draw something like this, what size canvas would I use? How big would I make it? It's very hard to tell. You probably have to kind of zoom in, maybe count. Like you can see there's 2 pixels here. Maybe there's 3 pixels here. You maybe can download it into another program and scale it up or down. It gets very confusing. So what using a reference guide like this does is I can just simply look at this. I can then take my rectangle tool, and I can see this character is 20 wide by 30 tall. And so it makes it super duper simple in the case of if I thought I was going to do the thing. Hold on, copy this guy, make a new guy here, paste you here. If I ever want to figure out how big I would want a character to be of the size, I can know probably this character is maybe 32 by 32, maybe 16 by 32 if you're being smart about it. But it's that sort of thing where it makes it super duper easy. And if we go back into our browser here, you can see there's various games, and these games all have some sort of dungeon in it. And hi Frost, welcome in the stream, welcome in. All of these guys here have a sort of theme around dungeons, some sort of dungeoning tools that you can find. And pixel size scaling can drive one nuts. Also, we have a resource for scaling. Oh, well, thank you, yeah. And that's the one I forgot. Scaling is super duper painful, I tell you. And didn't even register, thank you. Well, of course. Another website, if you are a game developer, also remember that copying or tracing is always okay as long as you do it only for understanding.
Cat sat on keyboard,
as long as you're not claiming it's your own, as long as you're doing it to study, using references, using copying, using tracing, it is just all a handy tool in order to get better. Because some people get better by doing something over and over again. Some people get better at taking things apart, putting things back together. That's how I usually work. I try to break things down and then build them back up. And thank you for the redeem. So let me get some more water, I suppose. Let's see here. Thank you for the membership, Santa Pot, and the dash, or is that a face? I can't quite tell. But thank you also as well for 4-month streakers too. So thank you all in all. And I know I said welcome earlier, but welcome again. And face, I knew it. I see, just a little serious face. So welcome in again, and thank you. Now, if you're a game developer, you've probably heard of this website before, itch.io, and you probably have maybe downloaded some games, uploaded your games to this website too, or maybe you've downloaded some assets to put into your games. One thing you can do as a pixel artist is you can download these assets and, like with the writer's resource, put them in Aseprite or whatever program you use, and also use it as a way to study. And if trace art is ever posted, I'd seen it be best to explicitly state in the description. Yep, 100%. As long as you don't claim it's your own. That's the thing. That's the very important part. That's the most important thing. And what you can do is, for example here, if I want to learn how to draw swords and shields, maybe I don't even look at the writer's resource. I could go to something like this. I can say, okay, I like this guy. I'll download it, pull it into Aseprite, and like with this writer's resource, I can see, okay, this, for example, this shield's 16 by 16. I know for certain, and you can grab it. And thanks for the sub gift, whoever gifted it to me, by the way. Oh, hold on. Was that, oh, I don't know. It doesn't pop up or say. And hi, Fluffy Panda. Welcome into stream. When you talk fast, I talk fast when I get excited. And nothing gets me more excited than a good old study session. But welcome in. I hope it's not too fast. I've been told the more you listen to me, the better it gets. So not just saying that, so you'll stick around. With that said, though, let me see. If I click on this guy here, yep, that's itch.io, and I also have on here some free tile sets that you should be able to download for reference too. So that's that there. Alrighty then, let me move you back into the planning screen now, and also let me go ahead and slide. Let's see you down there so I can see it. You there? Yep, lovely. Okay. So, with all of that said, we have talked about our pixel art of the day, we've talked about our resources, we'll do a mini recap, but before then, let me show you something that might tickle your fancy, so to speak. If I go ahead and click on this guy here, and, oh, is it Nat Teens, possibly? Welcome into stream, and if I got it wrong, I can certainly try again. But hi, and as a person who's already watched stuff at 2x, the more you listen to me, the better it gets, still holds. Good. I'm happy to hear it. With that said, if I go ahead and click on, let's see, this guy here, you should be able to see the Discord. You won't believe how somber early VODs are. The thing is, the more I stream, the more comfortable I get. So the less the damn, what's the damn? The damn comes down, or is it the damn goes up? Yeah, the less the damn goes down, and then now you've gotta, and I quite enjoy it. And really? I was quite shy earlier. Still quite, but not as much, I can certainly say. If I do exclamation Discord up here, you should be able to get a link to the Discord and join. And the idea is that at the end of stream, should you happen to draw along and try yourself to draw some dungeony prompts, you can post it in the Discord and we'll take a look at the end of stream. So what you'll do is once you reach this welcome channel here, you'll go ahead and scroll your way down to the stream part. And you can see Pixelart Study with me. And these are previous Pixelart topics we've done. So you'll click on the one that is pinned here, Dungeon Props, and you can see people have recently, well, not recently, this is the last stream, but posted here. So if you'd like to have your art like that at the end of stream, you can post it right in here and we'll take a look at it. So that's there too. And you'd be surprised, but she's still so confident even in her older streams, just less in comparison. As long as I have a plan, I'm quite confident in my abilities. It's the pain of not being able to follow said plans that makes me start panicking. And you helped me a lot with your YouTube videos. Thanks from Brazil. Oh, how lovely. And welcome over from Brazil. I've learned that a lot of pixel artists are from Brazil, so it's quite nice to see another Brazilian. Welcome in. With all of that said and done, let me hide this guy here. And yeah, she was confident, but just in lowercase. Hi, Brazil. Let's see here. Pixel art today, done. Resources, done. Recap, done in lowercase. Alrighty, so let's see if we can draw some cobwebs. But before that, recap. Righty. Okay, let me bring you into draw here then. Lovely to see. And with that said, oh, hold on. YouTube's not popping up. Has YouTube been saying worse this entire time? Okay, good. It has not, from my understanding. Odd, it's not showing up on this side of things, but it's okay. Let me just double check. I want to make sure it's not getting, it's passing through it. Just, okay, good. Lovely. Okay, with that said, let me bring you into this guy. Go ahead and close on Frisk here. Close on you. Lovely. So this is what we've been doing over the past few months. We've been slowly building up a tile map Dungeony world. The idea is that you play as this little gal here who goes on this adventure down a well to save fellow children. And these children's spirits have been taken by the wishing well spirit because she's angry that children are wishing for things they don't need. So it's this idea. It's not an actual game. It's just the concept of a game, the idea theme behind it. So we have our boss, we have our main little character here, and when she's in spirit form, we have some skeletons and zombies and slime monsters here. We have our own little dungeon tile map here. And we need coffee in the morning. We can watch Earth's videos at 2x speed. Truthfully been told, I tried to watch myself at 2x speed. I can't do it. I can't understand a single thing I say. Oh boy, it feels like 4x or something. It's surprising. And what we did last week was, or the week before last week, and I feel like that needs an FDA warning. And how's YouTube either the heart of the party or a total ghost town? You'd be surprised. The thing is, it depends on days. Some people are more present on Fridays, more on Saturdays, but I know for certain Sunday's the least likely day. So if I were to ever add another day to the stream schedule, it'd probably be Thursday. Most likely, I believe. We have here our final chest that we did on a study, and we also have here a dungeon door, and also a dungeon entrance or exit, whatever you think the case is. So what we'll hopefully be doing today is we'll be adding some chain assets, some chain assets, some torches to go on the walls, and also maybe a few spider webs here and there. And they say comparison is done relative to the standard. I feel like I've heard that one before too. Possibly. Don't know where, but I feel like that is certainly a saying. Let me make this guy a little bit smaller, move you down here. Go ahead and save this guy as well. We'll make a guy for spider, or just web really, we don't even need. And there's also a third state, 0. Exist at all times at the same time. And if you mark a certain level of energy as normal, then YouTube will either look too active or too inactive in comparison. Fair point as well. Let's see here. Let me go into our PRF. So, step 1, when it usually comes to me trying to understand and trying to draw something as Pixelart, is I look at real life references. So if we scroll out here, I should be able to bring you over to, let's see, webs here. So what we'll do first is see if we can break down actual spider web images, try to draw it in our own Pixelart style, and then we'll look at some spider webs in Pixelart games or some other Pixel artists have drawn, compare and contrast, see if we can improve it, and that's usually the method we go by. But before that, let me get some water, let me get a little bit of tea, and then we'll get started. So let's see here. Water is a-okay and good to go. Lastly, let me get that tea. Usually, it's tea for Pixelart, coffee for programming. So today, I have a little bit of chai, spiced chai, I believe. Let's see here. Lovely. All right. So I am all hydrated, well and good to go. And with all that said, let's take a look at these spider webs. So when I think spider webs, what usually comes to mind is if I do a draw on here, I can see. Usually, I think a spider web's kind of like a circle here, and then another circle, and then it kind of just has these bits here, and when that's usually what comes to mind when I think. And Bogus Bentos, welcome in, Sport. Welcome into stream. Hi. I hope you've been well. And this is I guess the word I'm looking for is iconography, the icon of the thing. And now, take a bit of cold coffee, more power. Unfortunately, coffee does not work on me. I wish it did, as can you imagine how effective I could be? But no, coffee doesn't work out well. Something I've noticed is that, or something I am noticing is that this isn't really a spider web. It feels like it when I think of it, but spider webs are a little bit bent. We talked about it before when we were looking, and coffee doesn't work for ADHD people. Yeah, that's what I've been told. Yeah, it depends. I think it's either if you're low on dopamine, yeah. If you're low on dopamine, or if you're high, but I believe it's dopamine deficient is what happens to be the case. So let's see here. When it comes to these spider webs, what I've also seen is, if I do this guy here, we kind of have it curve in a little bit. And right away, it definitely feels more like a spider web compared to our sort of circle when it has that curve. And if we're looking at these, what are there any shapes we can kind of notice and figure out and break down? If I'm looking at this, we kind of have some straight lines here. So I'm seeing a few straight lines. We kind of have, maybe you would call it a pentagon maybe. We have a few straight lines here. And it seems like the wider it gets, the bigger it gets, and looks really, really hard to draw in small pixel art. Very true, yeah. The fun thing of pixel art is you don't have to draw a lot of detail. The bad thing is that you don't have to draw a lot of detail. It's the thing of, can you imply without actually showing? And I drink coffee and go to sleep nowadays, and don't work on me, but I like the taste. Yeah, that's the thing. Usually it tends to make me a little bit more sleepy than anything. Then again, I try to drink it when I am sleepy, and maybe it's just the case of it doesn't work. And coffee doesn't work for people with bad sleep schedules. I think I found my problem. Which ADHD people tend to have. Like, since also doesn't work. Yeah, makes sense. Makes 100% sense. I can see why. I've also been told that if you're sleepy, coffee's also not gonna help if you're sleepy. We can see here, as it's getting bigger, the lines are also getting bigger. And it's interesting as well. this one here isn't a straight line, it's a little bit of a strand. But we are seeing that sort of line idea as it's branching out. And sometimes it's a straight line, sometimes it seems to be a little bit of a diagonal line depending on it. But it's not this idea of like this. This here isn't what a spider web is, my idea at the very least. And doesn't the shape also depend on the species? Yes, this is called for a nerd out. I believe the shape does depend on the species. I didn't look for species specific, but this type of spider, depending on, let's see, this one here, I would definitely say, because look, this spider web, it also depends on the spider though. That's the thing, and diagonal pixels will look weird. Hi, Traxian, possibly? I feel like I've read that name before. Let me double check here. Yep, it doesn't say your first time, so welcome back in. And yeah, diagonal pixels can look weird depending on how you do it. I've also been told that I've seen, I believe it was a spider on sugar, spin a web differently than a spider not on sugar. So it also depends on the spider state, how well, or how neat the web is. There's a lot of different dependencies. So sometimes they're very neat, like I'd say this one's super neat compared to this one, which is a little bit more fragmented. So if you're going for something neater, less neater, there's different ways to do spider webs. They're not all the same. Even here, I'd say this one looks more like a net than this one here. And now, oh, I see. I couldn't remember. But if you're thinking about the same thing I am, that makes more sense. You can see here too. Sometimes a little bit more straight, sometimes a little bit curved. It kind of just depends. And I have ADHD and I consume about 2 liters of coffee a day. I see.
Fontanian Waters just redeemed posture check.
And posture check, sure. Hold on. Let me get nice and straight here. There we are. Thank you for that redeem. Having good posture is certainly very important. So as I'm looking at these guys, I think I get the idea. We're gonna need some sort of maybe pentagon in the center. Then we're going to need a lot of lines coming out. And as the lines come out, they need to get bigger. So it's not a thing of the lines looking like this. They're probably gonna have to look like this instead. And then we can either have the webbing look like this, or we can have it look like this. Either or will feel like it. And first they sex bugs and it's been ages since I've seen the video, but it was quite funny. I can certainly say that. With all that said and done though, now that we've looked at some real life spiders, let's try to draw it as some pixel art, shall we? We'll first start off by looking at, or trying to draw a 16 by 16, and then putting it on the wall. And caffeine doesn't work the same way on regulated part of the brain. When they drink coffee, instead of getting more energized like most people, caffeine actually helps balance the part of the brain. I see. Yeah, I think I've heard that before. And so we draw webs like smiley faces. Got it. You know what? That does look like a smiley face. I do agree. And hi, Amir. Welcome into the stream. Welcome in. And to those of you on YouTube as well. And Sport, oh, look at you. You joined the stream there. And here I was about to say, there's a new command you can do. You can do say, and then you can do words. And look at that. It should appear on YouTube too. So hopefully that can help it feel a little bit neater. Saying that though, let me go ahead and scroll out here. Let me bring you back into Aseprite here. And let's give a try at just drawing first a 16 by 16 spider web. And then I want to try drawing a spider web in the corner of the tile map. I think could be a fun idea. So what I'll do is I'll move this guy here. I'll move this guy here. I'll move this guy here. Save that guy there. And move this guy down here, possibly. The screen sometimes is a little bit it's a little finicky to get correct since so many things are showing up on top. But overall, this should work out quite well. So we have our spider web here. We've got this guy here. Save that guy here. Lovely. Okay, I think we're good to go. That should be showing up. Notification should be fine. Lovely. Okay, so with all of that said and done, why don't we go ahead? What I want to try doing first is making a 16 by 16 spider web. Start off there, and Matt. Oh boy, this is either going to be a great idea of implementing that computer or a bad idea. We'll see. So, to start off, and if it brings you all coffee drinkers any joy, whether coffee is hydrated or not, we discussed it, and papers suggest that caffeine's not doesn't overall have an effect on hydration, even if you could trigger symptoms of dehydration. Oh yeah, I forgot to read that. I will have to. I'll start off by grabbing the white we currently have off of our ghost lady. That way we kind of stay within the similar color palette. We also have a white on here from our, our wall. So I'll grab these two colors to hopefully make it not feel too different. So we have these two white colors to start off with already. And I'll move to about here possibly. Now, some spider webs are symmetrical, some aren't. It depends, but let's start and see if we can do a 16 by 16. Maybe also 32 by 32, but let's start off here. And I'm thinking what we'll do is we'll take that symmetry tool here, and then we'll go ahead and move this guy to about here, drag this guy up so we're in the symmetry line, and move this guy to about here. So if I were to make a 16 by 16 spider web and want it blend in with the wall though, possibly, but that could also be something that we want too, right? The thing is, it only blends in at the very top because that's where the color is. So if we had a spider web here, for example, like here, it might not blend in as much. It might not stick in as, yeah, it might blend in just enough. And if we use this color here, also maybe a little bit too highlighted. It depends, but I feel like these two colors at the very least are where we can start. So I'll also put them here. These two guys I think are going to be our keys. We also have this color here for my character. We also have this guy here from our teeth and bone. So I'll also grab this guy, and we also have this blue here. So I think these colors at the very least are going to be where we can start off. And I'll go ahead and save this guy here. All right, so let's see. From what we know, it's more a little bit like this than this. And there's a bit of a, maybe like a square sort of feel instead of a circle in the center. So let's see if we can get that feel right. Let me move this guy to about here, and oh, hold on. Where are we at? Ah, there we are. Let me move it to about here, and actually, let me move you about here-ish. I think that'll work. And if I do, let's see, a pixel here. Nope, move the pixel up one, possibly about, let's see, there-ish. Hold on. There. Lovely. That's right. And let me move you there. And I was thinking I'd find some institution for spiderwebs on tree weavers, but it doesn't seem so. Ooh, and hi. Ooh. Yeah, can I get a Big Mac? I do remember that name. And what's the background music? It's really nice. Well, I'm glad you asked. I believe I should just be able to do that. The music is by Game Chop, specifically their piano collections. It's a collection of, let's see, well, there's different ones, but this one here specifically, I believe, let's see, Zelda, possibly? Nope, Mario. Staff Roll 64, Mario. And I forgot the zombie's nose is shaped like a heart. And hi, a brave fool. Welcome into stream as well. I mean, have you noticed the spiderweb that has blended into your corners? What spiderweb? Huh? Where? And context tree weavers are humans attached wires and ropes that make spiderweb style layers between trees for tree houses. Oh, I see. And here I thought you were talking about some sort of mythology or something, Frost. I was ready for like the, what is it? Our Arachnia? Or I forget how to say her name, but the one that fought Athena. So we can do the square, right? Which was the idea, but I think a circle, or not a square. Yeah, circle, I don't think will work out as well. Maybe more so a square. We could also possibly see about doing a diamond. So maybe something like that there. Maybe we can do, let's see, something like, hold on, if I just remove this guy here, the pentagram idea we had, and let's see if I can possibly do it here, where it's maybe something like this big, maybe then, let's see, here. Nope, that would be a circle, wouldn't it? Nope, that'd be a circle. I just made a circle. Hold on, okay. Pentagram has, let's see, you here, like that, I think. And then it has that. That would be a pentagram, but now I'm not too sure. And I see the Hades too. Yes, it is. But don't worry, Frost, I was long gone before then. It just brought back old memories. Let's see here. The guy looks like a house. That's what it was, wasn't it? So something like this here, like that there, possibly. We can mess around with it for a little bit. I don't want to get too focused on this because we'll be looking at other references, but just getting ideas down. That's all we want to do. Just get ideas down. From there, and I'm also thinking maybe it would be a good idea to make it not centered in the sense of, or centered in doing this guy here. Pushing that in could also help. So it'll be, though it's 16 by 16, we're going to make it odd. That way we can also possibly get out a little bit more of this guy here. That could also help too. And then as well, I think it would be handy to possibly do, you know what? Let's do something like this for now. And then have this guy come out, though this guy's going to have to be chopped off a little bit. So let's see here. You are 16 by 16. Does that erase it? That kind of sort of does. Maybe we can do, let's see, you here. Does that work? Lovely. And that goes there. That goes there. Hold on. Something's a little bit off. If we do maybe that there, something's not quite right, but it'll be okay. And you generally draw with a mouse or a drawing tablet. I use a drawing tablet, specifically Wacom. You should be able to find the brand if I do this guy. Also, YouTube, what is it? YouTube commands should also be working. So you should be able to also now do the FAQ or all the, any other ones you see being used on Twitch as well. And start small and increase all the way out. Yeah. And I'm thinking as well, possibly we can have one in the corner here. And this is where the diagonals being pretty tricky comes into play. And my question is, that's 16 by 16. is there a way we can move this guy to fit in the center? It's off center, so we can't really, but with the symmetry tool, is it possible? This guy right here is currently in the center-ish, kind of, sorta. So I'm going to leave it as that there. We'll just keep it like this for now. And I use the mouse because I'm too lazy to get my tablet every time and my desk is too small. That is certainly understandable. When I was looking for a new desk, one of my specific things was making sure I had enough desk space. I can't say removing my lantern also helped. And well, I guess it's time to use my drawing tablet I bought 5 years ago and never used. You should. It's always that thing of I tend to get things I don't need until 5 years ago. So let's see here. I did a sort of outward pattern, but I don't know if I quite like that. Let's try something else. If I copy this guy here, and it is working on YouTube. Well, that's so lovely to see. Let's see here. And again, thank you. Well, I should say this as well. A big shout out to Frost for helping me figure out the bot. I would have never done it without him. So a huge thank you to my moderator. And making the whole 2x2 would probably make it work. Possibly, we can see 2x2. So this guy here, something like that. You're saying, oh, hold on. Let me move this guy off. And let me do this guy here as well. I had to see with my own eyes. It really is a joy. And keeping it off center? Yeah, I'm thinking off center might help. So you're saying making the whole 2x2, something like this instead? And let's see here. If it's 2x2, we could try to do that. Maybe something like this, where it's not as symmetrical, possibly. Maybe we can even remove that guy there. So something like that here. And now maybe we can do a little bit of a guy, possibly maybe here-ish, like that there, for our spider web. Maybe then we can have a guy kind of hanging upwards like that, possibly. And there's beauty and imperfection. Try making the center 2 pixels off from the center. I'm thinking this might work out a little bit better instead. I was trying to use the symmetry tool, but I think moving it over is a little bit better. And thank you for the follow, Blue Toad, and welcome in the stream. Welcome in. Let's see here. From there, I'm thinking maybe we can do another guy, maybe here. And we talked about this before when we were looking at the Pixelart of the day. But the idea of trying to have it look droopy. So the sides should look like I think they're curving a little bit since they're at the top. These guys here can maybe look straight, but having the sides curve, I think will also play a part. And if we're looking here too, you can kind of see sides curve a little bit. This is a little bit more straight, though this kind of goes branch out straight. So having these sides curved and the top straight. And so I can trigger someone on Twitch from YouTube. So all I will say is that I made sure that it says the name of the person. So if you misuse the command, we will know. So use as to your own discretion, I think is the word, I believe, possibly. That doesn't sound right. Let's see. Maybe we can have this guy kind of going up here like that, up there, possibly. Maybe then we can copy this guy too. Paste him, slide him over to about here. Maybe move him up a little bit, or maybe move him about there, and then have it kind of curve up there. Maybe then we can have it kind of go up here, up there, possibly. Though I think this guy can droop down a little bit more. Something like that I like quite a lot. And this guy here, I think then can also be a little bit droopy, possibly even more droopy if we drag it down a smidge, possibly like here, and here. Maybe. I like this droop feel. And hi, Zero. Welcome into stream. Welcome. Oh, I didn't say welcome into you as well. Well, hi. And I don't know if you saw as well. There is a new command. So your messages, and you are no longer, you can no longer claim to be a voice in my head. No more. Your messages can now show up on YouTube. So I'm cleared of all sanity charges. Insanity charges. I'm cleared of all insanity charges. Oh boy, let's see here. If we were to do a droop there, possibly what we can do is do something like, let's see, you there, maybe then have you come out 3, and then maybe you come out like that there, so possibly something like that there. And then let's see here. Maybe what we can have done is this guy kind of come out, and wait guys, quick, sabotage the plot! Hold on, what do you mean? It'd be funny if it never does the thingy. Oh boy, let's see. You here. Specifically in right! I wanted to have a bit of a curve to it, something like this, though. I don't quite like that curve, so maybe we can do something like that there. I think that works out a little bit better. I don't quite like it as much, though, and let's shove it over. And what can ever bring you free of insanity charges? I can if I believe. Let me drag this over here to maybe make it a little bit less like that there. And I think that works out a little bit better, possibly something like this here. I think having the layers not go down as much, so possibly a little bit up there, something like that there could work out a little bit better, though. Actually, you know what? I think this guy here, hold on. This guy here might be a little bit finer. And wee woo. Oh boy, let's see here. I'm thinking then, this diagonal 2 is fine. I think this is fine. Let's keep it simple, right? From there, we're going to need to either add some straight lines or some curved lines. So if I were to add some straight lines, where could I add them at? And what I'll do as well is I'll copy this guy and shove him over so we can keep track of what lines we're doing, what we're doing. And from there, what I'll do is I'll add a straight line, I think, here. Maybe we add like a funny line here. Maybe we also add a straight line here. We can add a little bit of a curve possibly. So maybe we can have this guy kind of curving down a little bit here. Maybe then we can have this guy kind of curving down a little bit though. This isn't quite looking like a spider web anymore. It looks like a little bit of a mess, I'd say. Maybe we can have this guy, how this guy is diagonal. Maybe we can have a little bit of it coming out, or hold on, like this here, that there. And then we could have it coming here and here, maybe a little bit here, something like that there. And band we, hold on now.
Has just redeemed IRL.
It's starting to look like fire?
We.
Really? Interesting. Okay, hold on, let me get that that timer. I believe it's now currently set to 3 minutes or 5 minutes for the word band? I believe it's 3 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. Let me do a double check on here. Word band. 3 minutes? Yep, 3 minutes. Lovely, lovely. Okay, 3 minutes it shall be then. And hold on. What is that sound? I heard a sound, but nothing happened. Oh, Toradius? Or Tordorus. Possibly. I can try again, but welcome into stream, and hi, and it's okay. Just say every we as we. Easy, and hi, Ame. Welcome into stream. Welcome, and no, oh, I see. Fire as in nice. Got ya. Lovely. All right, we'll do the work band once the ads are done, since the ads are about to start. And let me just double check. Yep. Okay, so as they're doing the thing, we'll do a little bit of stretches, then we come back, we'll do the work band, and we'll continue. How about that? So let me go ahead and click on that guy there. I'll go ahead and set it up so that when we come back, we can do it. And hello, Eris. Hello. Ame, welcome in. And let's see here. So if I go to challenge screen here, let's see. Challenge up here, we have can't say, and then we. And put you there, like that. I'll go ahead and set the tools, scripts. Our timer should be 3 minutes here. Lovely. And if I go ahead and do that there, now, if I did this correctly, it should be 3 minutes. Yes, lovely. So I'll put this here, and we'll start that after we're off of the ad breaks. And oui, baguette, omelette de fromage. While the ads are going, why don't we go ahead and do a few stretches? So let's see here. And why does the word band get nerfed with every usage? It was at 5 minutes. I shortened it to 3 minutes because one time I think I kept having to restart it for at least 30 minutes straight. I might bump it up to 4 minutes, but we'll see. And try putting a black box behind the web. Makes it easier to see it and gives you a better idea of what it might look like in game. Sure, Sarah, we can certainly try that as well. Before that, let's go ahead and do some stretches since we've had a little bit of time on our hands. So we want to start off by going to the right a little bit for a back stretch. Then you also want to go to the left a little bit. We can also go back a little bit. And then we can also go front a little bit. And then for our next stretches, you can go ahead and start off by going to the left a little bit. These are always my favorite, the left ones directly and the right ones. I think they're the most handy. So you can also do down. You can also go up. Just make sure nothing is broken or nothing's breaking in the moment. Let's go to the right a little bit. Let's go to the left a little bit. Another thing you can do as well is you can go to the left, you can go down and hold it. And truthfully, you should be holding these for, I think, like, if I had to guess, probably 1 minute. 1 minute holds between each of them are usually the most helpful. We also have one here. Let's see. If I do this guy here, hold it. That should work as well. And then from there, let's see. And if it's broken, don't fix it. Well, hold on. If it's broken, don't come to me. Use what's the word I'm looking for? Use your own transgression. I think that's the word. From there, let me get some tea. And I think the ad should just be up then. And we'll be good to go. So let's see here. Stirring this around. Lovely. Okay. Tea is done. Let me get some water here for hydration. And then we should be good to go. We can certainly try adding in the idea of the black box, though. The hope is that these webs will go onto this tiling. So truth be told, we could probably get away with putting it on the tiling itself. Might be a little bit easier to understand if it's looking nice or not. Probably the best bet. So what we'll do is, we'll probably drag it onto the tile itself to help it see if we can understand it looking nice. But welcome back from the ad breaks. You missed entirely nothing, I assure you. We just did a little bit of stretching and hydration. But now that the ads are done, let's go ahead and get back into things, shall we? It was made the suggestion that we should add a black box behind to hopefully help us be able to tell what's going on. But I think what might be better is because this is what it'll be serving on our guy like this here. This is what it should look like. It should feel like it is inside of the world. So actually, let me move this guy possibly up here instead. It might open up here. So this is our little spider web here, and this is what we should be seeing. So continuing on from where we were, let me also lower the tile map a little bit. I definitely don't think the colors are right, but I want to see the barrier. That's what I'm trying to do. See the, oh, hold on, web. I want to see the barrier where that guy is at. So actually, I think this should be fine. Let's up the tile map here. And yeah, as long as I keep within this box, we should be a-okay. And what we were doing was we were trying to see about possibly maybe we could add a straight line here, like that there, or maybe we could do something like that there. Maybe we can have it come out a little bit or in a little bit, something like that there. I think possibly we could have maybe another diagonal line, so maybe it could come 2 here, 1 down there, maybe another 2 here, or maybe we could do something like that here, have it come up here, and then maybe we can have it come, let's see, you here, you go up there. Maybe you can come about like that there, and right, man, word! I completely forgot. Hold on. Okay, starting now. Can't use the word. Thank you for reminding me. Okay, where were we? Okay. Starting now. The word. All right. So. Now that the timer has been restarted, let us commence what it was, the thing that was happening. Yes? I'm thinking.
Cat sat on keyboard just to
Let me get
dehydrate.
some water. Okay, we're good so far. Does that count? You know what? I'm counting it. All right, water. Alrighty. So, to continue what was being done before, the thing is, if we add a line here, it won't feel right because there's no line directly from the center. So in this case, it might be good. Beep, reset. Okay, sure. I don't know what was said, but I will trust and believe. Okay. And now you see, you know what? I believe it. You now see why it was removed from being 5 minutes to 3. Okay, so if I add the line going from this direction, it should be okay. From there, it can then be added. That doesn't even sound right. Then all of us combined can add in some extra flavor here and there, and all this kind of background. In that case, you should focus on putting the webs in the corner, not unless there's a hole. Hi, Chapel. Welcome in. I am currently suffering, as that word down there, I apparently say a lot. I didn't say the word though, correct? I said all of us combined. That's a difference. Welcome into stream, fella. I've been wanting to do more shoutouts, so let me just also do this. Hold on. Is it a slash shout out? There you go. There you go. If you like Metrovania, so you also like pixel art, Chapel is a lovely pixel artist who also does lovely pixel art animations, and he also has a monochrome style for his pixel art. So if that interests you, consider checking him out. And I saw that on I read the message, but I'm not saying it. I'm just letting you know it has been acknowledged and received. Continuing henceforth, therefore, what will be done is, let's see about adding a little bit of a line here, there, maybe a little bit everywhere. And what Nintendo console came out before the Switch? Oh boy. I'll remove that guy there, and you know what? I'm looking at it from the big screen, and I think maybe it was made a little bit too much. So what I'll do is I'll remove a few of them because I'm thinking less is more in this case. So does it have to be specifically, or it depends. It depends on me. I think certain words that are combined a little bit different It just depends on the context, I think. Let me make sure we... okay, hold on. Where were we? Okay, continuing from where? The spider web is in the wrong map, so let me just move it to the correct one. Oh boy. I'm thinking some of this can be removed. I don't think it's not feeling as clean as it could be. So what I want to do is I want to remove some of the area. So I'll make sure that the tile map is locked. That way it can't be trying to beat you into saying it. No, Chapel, not you too. We enable. Okay. Webs are enabled on this map. And from there, I'm going to clean it up a bit. So I quite like this compared to this. I think the right one is a little bit too much. I think doing less in this case will be doing more. So what I'll do is I'll erase this guy here and we'll see. Okay. Continuing from the moment of the point. These tiles are looking great. Thank you. Oh boy. I'll then remove you there. I will then see about possibly adding you here, remove you there. And I think both of them work. Interesting. I'm keeping this one just so that it's available to us should it be needed. Oh. Okay, it's okay. And I'm going to then drag this guy out a little bit so it curves. I think will look nicer. This one can possibly also curve a little bit, which then means we... okay, hold on. It can be modified in a certain way, in which case it will be available to us to have options that are prevalent in this discussion. And it's because they're on a flat wall without anything connecting to them, the corners. I see. And with the width of the weird streams, I seriously weep. And just, okay, we're good. And the considering how small the sprite will be, I think you should try doing one with a max of 5 strands. Hold on. It can certainly be done. I believe so. And I do agree. Maybe it's the case of, if it's like this, doing a center one, not a good idea. Maybe it should be... sure you do, Chuck! Maybe doing it from the corner is better. So, I'm going to save what is currently up here. Unless you try to block a door or something. Yeah, you know what? That'd be a good idea. Putting it on a door. I'll go ahead. I'll slide this guy over. I'll also slide this guy over too. Instead, it's going to stay 16 by 16. However, I think it'd be nicer to try and put it in a corner. I think that'll work better for our uses. So, with all of that said, I'll go ahead and save. And then I'll move up here. And let's try doing it this way. And the slime is so adorable. Thank you, Frost. This is a study that was done a while ago, but I'm glad you enjoyed. Let's see. So, I'm thinking, following our ideas that we had earlier, is there... Did I say the word? I feel like I said the word. Did I say the word? I feel like it did. Just want to double check here. Oh boy. More of a corner-ish. I'm guessing I did. Okay. Well, I'm so glad it is 3 minutes, not 5. I'm going to start here. And from there, we'll have you come out. We'll have this guy. Oh, yeah, that there. I might have missed it. Oh boy. Weird. We'll have this guy come out. This guy come out. And then I'm thinking we'll have this guy... I'm just gonna go ahead and do that there. Continuing from where I was doing. I'm thinking a sort of diagonal feel or some sort of swoop can work possibly. Oh boy, it just sounds like after a while, it is painful. I go there, and then it can kind of swerve in up here. But I think the reason why it goes up is because of it being in the corner. In that case, maybe just having it come out like this would be better. Something there. Wait a second. What did I say? Oh no! Let's do something possibly there, and then have another guy kind of come down, come a little bit up here, up there, up there. Oh, okay. Good. Okay, good. I'm glad to hear it. I'm thinking 4 strands like this, maybe moving it down a little bit can be a little bit more helpful. So I'll move this guy a little bit. I don't like these dirty tricks you're playing, Jack. Let's see here. Have this guy swerve up. On this day, my brain grew 10 times larger. Move this guy so it kind of curves a little bit more, and then have it come there, I think. And hi, Toolshed. It's been quite a second since you've been here. Welcome into Pain and Suffering. I hope you like it around here. Well, this guy shall then be moved in the correct direction of the idea where it goes there. And after that, it is continuing from the position where it comes down and up. And I think another down and up will serve it better than the other way around. So something here-ish works nicer. Maybe this can then also be moved. And I think having it feel like it's coming down feels nicer. Something here where it kind of curves down and around. Maybe then. And my emote wasn't showing, but it appears. Eris is chaos. Let's see here. Move you here. And I'm wondering about this line. I think this line is okay. And how dare you, I say. How dare you? I like what's going on so far. I'll then move it up here and let's continue. Afterwards, what will be done is I'll grab this guy again, and I'm going to now try to add in those waves that were seen before. And what I'm thinking is maybe a wave can come out here, something like that there, and have it come around here. Though this isn't looking like what I want it to be. So let's remove it a little bit. Weirdly enough, I am thinking each word very slowly. I am back to the caveman era for this is very much pain, much wow, I say. Let me move this here and up. Chains or bars, I think. Next up is torches. Could you speed up a bit? In a bit. Let's add a curve there, I'm thinking. Correct? And yes, words are being stressed. Maybe a curve here, a line here, and another curve here-ish. And now we... Ah! No! I was so close! Ah! How dare you! Oh boy! It's for the 2x people watching the video. Oh boy, because this is what I get for reading all the comments. I'm trying to add the layering pattern here. And I think it works out. Something along the lines of this. Hold on, add that guy there, possibly that there can make it feel like a web. Oh boy. And I think adding another guy there, possibly another guy here and here. And then it can be the web. I got hit by one of those. Oh man, I think this could work for the web. Next up comes the process of copying it, moving it to another portion, and then shading it in, right? So what will happen then is, whoa, does it count? I said whoa. I'm not counting that. I said whoa. Oh boy. Okay, moving you here. Oh. Oh. I'm not counting that. I was slow on it. Okay. What was seen earlier when we did, okay, that I can't deny that one. I can't. What was done beforehand when Pixelart of the day was being done was, what was seen was that there was a lot of different variation when it came to color. I know you're not sorry. And that's something I'd like to do here, where 4 areas where the web would dip down, oh boy, it is done darker. Oh boy. Okay, this is fine. Everything is fine. I'm going to take a darker color here and see if shading the end part here will hopefully make it feel different than before, where the lines are going and they're bending downwards. However, I don't think this is the right coloring. It needs to be darker. And 2 minutes, I think 3 is fair. 3 seems fair. I'm also thinking it may be a case where it'll have to be an even darker color, possibly something here, where it should now be seen it dips lower than it was before. Oh boy. And now, hopefully, it's easier to understand that the web is dipping downward, right? Possibly. Does it feel to be the case in that regard? And it also depends on the age of the webbing too. Fair point. The well is very old, and it's supposed to be an ancient sort of feel where and hold on, slow. Thank you for the gifted subscription, Toolshed. I'm assuming you're doing it because of the pain. I am, oh, my throat, hold on. Of the pain of being caused at this very moment. Okay, continuing. Let's see here. The dip should be darker. So I'm thinking, paying for pain. I agree and hydrate. Sure.
The _ Whitechapel just redeemed hydrate.
Okay. Hydrating. Hold on. Hydrating has been done. Okay. Next on. Let's see here. Something. Look name. Don't do that. Bad idea.
__ just redeemed
sure. Hold on. What you'll do is you'll move your head to the left for a second or two. Then you'll move your head to the right a second or two. Then you'll move your head down a little bit. And then you'll move your head up a little bit. Thank you both for the hydrate and stretch, redeem, and breathe. Redeem.
Toolshed just
okay,
redeemed
it's
breathe.
Fine. Everything is fine. What you'll start off by doing is you'll breathe in, hold, then let out the breath. You'll breathe in, hold, then let out the breath. There you go. That has been done. And with all of that said, whew, okay, we're good now. I didn't say it, right, Frost? Before the timer. Please, I don't think I did. Could you double check on YouTube since you can rewind? I don't think so. Can you double check? Oh boy. Don't tell me. Oh boy. With all of that said, well, checking is being done and I'm hoping that it is not the case. Freedom. Truly. We'll see though. We'll see if it'll be truly freedom. I question it. I question it greatly. And wasn't it Will? I think it was Will, but I just want to be sure that I'm staying faithful to the words. Thank you for the subscription, Barry. Thank you for, well, I hope you enjoy the suffering that goes on here. Oh boy. Okay, so it was a case of these guys here that we're wrapping around were the guys that we're looping and safe? Good, good. Lovely, lovely. Okay, I'm glad to hear it. This guy goes up, this guy goes down to hopefully make it look in freedom. Indeedy! Oh boy, I tell you, that was bad. That was so bad. That was awful, terrible, awful, no good. Hopefully, never again, I say, or at least not for the next few-ish minutes. I think I'm in the clear for a bit. We'll move this guy over here, now that I can say we all the time. Thank you, thank you. Let's see here. I'm gonna move that in there. And from there, what I'm thinking is a few highlights can be done for certain areas on the web. Something like here, 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 maybe a little bit here, maybe a little bit up here too, for just highlighting on the web overall, something like this. And your last one there was like
Mary
reason,
Rose
so it was close.
077 just redeemed posture
I'm
check.
glad it paid off. And oh, hold on, I forgot to hide this as well. And posture check, sure. Make sure you're all nice, stretched and straightened out. Thank you for the redeem. Okay, so we'll also add in a little bit here, and what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to add a little bit of brightness or highlights to the web, and then I also want to add a little bit more shading to the sky. I don't know if we have a shaded color, so what we'll do is go down a little bit to the... some people go to the right, some people go to the left. It depends on the person. I like going to the right for my shading when I go a little bit darker. And also, fun thing, mods can rewind on Twitch too. Oh, interesting. Huh, I know you can rewind if you have Prime on Twitch, but I didn't know mods could do it. That is an interesting one. What I'm doing right now is I am darkening the edges so that the highlight, or yeah, with the edges, yeah, the center should be the highlighted portion. So I'm darkening the edges here to hopefully make it feel like it's kind of dipping down. However, I kind of think the blue is a little bit too much. I think the blue is a little bit too crystally. Oh, and now we can't. I see. And could anyone use a sub check if you can? I see. Got ya. Check says it was a no. And who's got a key? Hold on now. The thing is, hold your horses. There's a cooldown. There's a long cooldown. And I see. Yeah. Got ya. So let's see here. From here, I'm going to do a little bit brighter here. Make this guy a little bit brighter. So we'll go up a little bit. We'll go to the right a little bit. And I'm going to replace all of this guy here, as I think the blue is too blue. I think doing something like this is a little bit better. And then we'll also go a little bit up a little bit and over a little bit here. And then make the highlight a little bit more highlighty, or less highlighty in this case. That way it looks a little bit more old and it doesn't look as pop and blue. So I'm making this guy a little bit brighter, but I want the brightness to stand out. Well, if you clip, you can kind of rewind. Also, PSA to all the channels, as per past stream discussion, next challenge of the day would be 2 minutes instead of 3. What do you mean exactly, Frost? Could you elaborate a little bit? And highlight there. Okay, I think that's my corner web done. I think that might be as good as it gets. And oh, and work. Indeedy, work is a thing too. So I think this is my corner web. And let's see if we can do possibly like a 32 by 32 guy up here for like a spider web that goes in the center. And then we'll see and compare and contrast this. Oh boy, I'm telling you, I didn't think the spider web would take this amount, but it's okay. I think it's a-okay. It's as long as I'm having fun, that's what matters. As long as you're having fun too. As long as it is in a collaborative, fun enjoyment method. And we'll try to just do the same exact thing we did before. And spiders put in a lot of work for their beautiful webs. They do, it's wonderful. It's quite interesting to see how they do it too. I think it's super duper neat. Also, now that I'm realizing this, the spider web should come outwards. If it's from the top, it would kind of come backwards in, right? Because this guy, where is it hanging at? There's nothing to hang. In a previous stream, we had a ban, and we had an agreement with chats that if another ban challenge happens in the same day, it's shorter. Oh, I see. I don't know if that was the case. Maybe, possibly, or maybe it was the thing of we upped it to 5 minutes again, and then we made it 4 minutes, possibly. I think 3 minutes is fine, though. I mean, technically, since it's 3D, it's just going along the wall. Fair point. You know what? It makes 100% sense then. I agree, 100%. There's a rhyme to the reason, and the droop ones are the ones where they are falling into the deep space. Yeah, that's why these are darker, because they're going deeper is the hope to come across when it comes to that bit of droop there. And then for this one here, I wanted to see about possibly doing a webbing like this here, where it starts off at this very top point here, and then it kind of comes down a little bit, so maybe a little bit like this guy here-ish, possibly there-ish, and then maybe we can have a guy kind of coming down here. But I don't know if this quite looks like a web, but I want to kind of make it look like a bit of this guy here, and then maybe possibly, right, the idea of it coming out. And if you count the we and web, oh, no, I will count weir, but I'm not gonna count the we and web. I think that's pushing it a little bit on the too much side. I'm willing to take one, but not the other, most certainly. that's just pain at that point. Let's see here. And I'm also thinking, right, I want to have a big loop or a big slide you can see, so I might do something like that there. Maybe then we can slide this across, maybe slide that guy across, possibly. A little bit like that there, move this guy in here, then move that guy up here. Though that doesn't quite look like the curve I want. And also, now that I'm thinking about it, the curve will probably be outwards. And I have 2 pet spiders. They're shaking in their little booties when making webs. Oh, that's so cute. Oh, I see. I thought you meant little shoes and you could sell that one as a door. Interesting. Like what is it? Like a teleportation thing? I'm also wondering, do you think the weapon would go downward or where would it go upward? I'm kind of thinking downward might work a little bit better. And that looks like it be coming off of a scone. Or do you mean stone? Could you elaborate a little bit? Let's see. Down maybe 2 here and then over here. Possibly up there, there. Oh, actually, I quite like the idea of it coming down like that there and then possibly up there. And then I'm thinking for this guy here, wall lantern. Interesting. I haven't heard of the wall lantern before, so that's interesting you say that. Let's see here. Is that what it's called, the wall lantern itself? Something like that there. And then we have this guy here and then maybe another guy here. And maybe this guy can also come down a little bit here. And words capture meaning, so if we ban the word we in web, one could argue the word we sounds like wheeze as well. It's definitely up to interpretation. I can certainly say that much. I'm thinking of adding one guy there, and then we can add a little bit possibly of a droopy guy here. Maybe a little bit more droopy, so possibly a little bit, let's see, here-ish. And then a little bit more droopy again, possibly here-ish. And maybe a little bit more like that there. And then another droopy, right? And then as we're getting closer to the center, maybe a straight one. And then maybe another little bit of a droopy one, just for show and tell. And then from there, and hi, Mr. Dream Studios. Hi, everyone. Welcome in. Now we have a Christmas tree. Just need a little bit of a star on top of it and call it a day. Call it a little bit of a cute tree. I can see it. From here, then I'm thinking maybe we can have a little bit of the idea of where it kind of crosses sections. So possibly, maybe we can have it kind of come out a little bit here. Or maybe rather something, let's see. Something like this here where it comes out a bit like this here, and 'tis the season. Not yet, hold your horses. We need to get past November. Once December 1st hits, then it is acceptable. But until then, no, I don't want to hear any Christmas, all right? Hold the lines. It's the same thing of trying to start Halloween in August. Hold the lines. I believe in you. And hi, Latch. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. And large wall web reminds me of games where some characters get stuck. Oh, you know what? Fair point. Yeah. And what did I walk into? And hi, Nina. Welcome into stream. Welcome into me getting barely much done because I was struggling not to say the word we. It's been done though. I can go back to my original wording. In August, some people do. You've walked into Eris's webs and 'tis the season. Fala. Hold on there. I said nay. I don't maybe you just hear me correctly. Working on a spider web at the moment, and what I'm seeing is, or I'm trying to do here, you can kind of see the little lines in some of the spider webs. That's what's going on here. And if I scroll out here, is there anything else we can possibly do? Maybe we can add in a line about here, but I don't quite like it. Maybe you can add in a little bit of a line here, a little bit lopsided, something like this here can maybe be a thing, maybe. And she was scolding Chad about Christmas. I was! And when the season is 'tis the season, then you can 'tis the season. But until then, there shall be no tizzing of the season until the time is right. Hold it down. I'm thinking something like this for our web. And then from there, we can do, well, hold on. This is a wall web, but I would think maybe it would come out a little bit, possibly. But you know what? For now, we'll keep it on the wall. We'll keep it like that. And what we'll do from there is I will copy this, and I got so conscious of not saying we. I can still feel it. The pain, I tell you. We'll copy this guy, and yeah, chill with the winter talk. I agree. Let me enjoy my pumpkin spice lattes a little bit longer. And don't celebrate Christmas. My birthday's in 2 days before, so I'm always forgotten. 'Tis the Nevermind season. Oh no! I just like what's the word I'm looking for? I like the snow. That's my favorite part of it. But the thing is, recently, there's not been any snow, which is a shame. But it's not something of it. It is what it is. Until it's not, I can hope, maybe, possibly snow. Snow's one of my favorites. So we'll go ahead and start off like what we did before, where we had the lighter portion of this guy here. The web is awesome. Thank you. I'm glad you think so. Let's see. Next up there, right? We'll have the intersections that we have here. We'll have them darker, and since it is symmetrical, we should just be able to do all of these guys here. So move that in there. This guy here, that guy there, that guy there. Move that in guy there, that guy there, there. Oh, yeah, I believe you're aligned there, so you would go about possibly there. So this is my favorite part, and also the worst part. Yeah, as long as you yourself aren't going into the snow. It's quite nice. It's like rain. Rain's nice to look at. It's not nice to be in. There's a small difference in there. Let's see. Maybe add in. Hold on. Undo you there. Move you in here. And all I'm doing at the moment is just adding in the lines we see for the center. So I'm leaving the outer lines as light, and the parts that go and dip into darkness as darker. So this guy would be darker because it's dipping into the lines here. This guy too would be a little bit darker, so I'm adding it in there. And all of these guys just a little bit darker, just a smidge on the darker side. And oh, Eepy Panda Rose, welcome into stream, and thank you for the raid. Sleepy Panda Rose raid, well, welcome in, and hi. I hope you had a lovely raid. Let me go ahead and hold on here, / shout out, and do at, and do sleep. Oh no, Eepy. I've been saying sleepy, or no, you did say sleepy. Eepy Panda Rose, thank you for the raid, and welcome into stream. I hope your raid was lovely, but I wholeheartedly understand if you have to raid and run as well. To those of you who don't know me, I am a pixel artist. I'm also a game dev. So the idea is that, and Sleepy was my original name. I see. He got rid of a few letters. I think Eepy's cuter though. I quite like that one too. The idea is that once a week, we do these pixel art studies where we cover a topic that we've never really drawn before. In this case, we're studying pixel art webs. So what I'm doing right now is I'm trying my best to look at real life images of webs and trying to draw my own for the first time. So this is my first time trying to draw webs. And then after this, we'll take a look at some actual official pixel art of webs and compare and contrast and try to improve our pixel art. So overall, today is just a lot about improving pixel art, trying pixel art, and even if you've never done it before, giving it a try, because at least you can say you tried. And Rose changed name, or changed, I see, changed. And this is his first time being a spider. When I was a little girl, I was afraid of spiders. Oh, let's see here. And what I'm doing currently is I'm taking on, oh, actually, wouldn't there be a line across here as well? Hold on. The line, I think there would also be just not symmetry based, but a line here, right? Or maybe at least a little bit of a diagonal line across here, something like that. Maybe it could also help a little bit, make it feel better, possibly. And I'll also even this guy out a little bit, something like that there. Yeah, I had to shoot my emote prefix and change my name. Oh, interesting. I would have never guessed. And if it's going forwards towards the ground, yeah, I see. Yeah, I think it comes out a little bit, but I don't know about the line itself. But I would like another line here because I think the line can be added. So something possibly like that there, or let's see, hold on. If I do erase you because you weren't there before, let's do a new layer on here, and then let's have it, I know there's a way also to do curves, but I forget how to do it. I know you can do, I think, Alt, and that gives it a straight line. You can also do Alt in this direction here, and it also gives you a diagonal, which is nice and neat. And Line Tool, yeah, is the Line Tool the one that gives the curves? Or Curve Tool, I see, thank you. Hold on, okay, Tool, and, oh, thank you for the follows. Would you like to be called Sleepy Panda still, or is it now Eepy? And actually being a game dev too is so cool. Well, thank you. Didi. Well, the funny thing is as well, I'm currently working on a game where you play as a necromancer who's familiar as a spider. So learning how to do spider webs is very important.
Mr. Dream Studio just redeemed stream.
Welcome in. And let's see here. And I don't mean either. I see. And Shift L? Sure, I'll give it a try. Let's do a bit of stretching. So we'll go back a little bit. Go to the side a little bit, go to the other side a little bit, and then we'll be good to go. So thank you for that redeem. And let me know when your game comes out. I'll get there for sure. Well then, if you're curious, I can say this at least. If I did NECROTYPE, that should be able to send the link. It is a rhythm typing cafe game. It's currently in a prototype stage, but if you'd like to get a feel for how the game would be, that is there for you to try and, what's the word I'm looking for? Not persevere, pursue, possibly. It starts with a P. I don't remember what letter though, or what word. And sure, thank you. Well, thank you for showing interest. And again, thank you for the raid as well. So let's see here. What I'll do is I'll erase this guy here. And it was suggested I do, let's see. Shift L. So Shift L. Aha. But how do I, hold on. The curve tool itself. That's Shift L. So is it a thing? Oh, I think I remember. It's you have to click from point A to point B, right? Point A. And then point B, and then, oh, nope, that's not a line tool. That is a circle tool, or maybe I just did it incorrectly. Hold on, we'll figure this out. Okay, first off, delete that guy there. next off, go to line tool, and then click, then move. Click, and then click here, right? And then it's, weird. Click, then move. So something like, no, hold on. Okay, this guy goes here, and then you would make this guy go here, and then the move. It feels more like it's a lasso tool. Is it more of a circular tool? Yeah, curve tool. Maybe I'm just not using it correctly. But I would think you would first start off with like a straight line, and then you could bend it a little bit. This isn't too bad either. Truth be told, I think we might be able to work with that too. So what I'll do is I'll grab a different color just so we can use it as a, to know which color is what. And then I'll go to our line tool again, click this guy here, and then click on, let's see, the bottom guy about here-ish. And then I should be able to just figure out a little bit of a guy to go in the center here. Then what I can hopefully do is erase the guys I don't need, something like that there. Scroll in a little bit here. And that should hopefully give us a little bit of a leg up on what we need to do. And I'll also should be able to do that guy, fill it in with contiguous turned off. And from there, I'll also make these, oh, hold on. Make these guys a little bit more even and click, drag, let go, then next click. Oh, hold on. Click and drag. Oh, I don't think I was dragging. Hold on. Let's see. Click, drag, and then let go. Oh, I see. Thank you for the explanation. That is neat. I've never used the curve. I know it was a thing, but I never took the time to learn it. Okay, so click, drag. Oh, hold on. That's not the right tool. Hold on. Okay. Click, drag to the desired length, which is this guy here. And then, oh, that's neat. That is super neat. Thank you for the explanation to the both of you. Okay, so now that we have this now on our resume and our repertoire, let's get a little fancy, shall we? And hi, Chaotic Cloud. Welcome into stream. Okay, so let's see here. What I'll do is I'll click. It doesn't feel intuitive to me. Yeah, it felt wonky, but I'm glad I took the time to learn it. And is this Aseprite? Indeed. This is Aseprite I'm using. And have open source code of Console Cafe. Nope, I don't. Yeah. The Console Cafe does have the open source if you do want it on there. And what I'll do as well is do FAQ. So if you're curious about what programs I'm using, that is that there. And let me also click on that guy there. Alrighty. So with the new knowledge we have at our disposal, I'm thinking we start off with the line tool. So Control L, I believe it was. And then we do this guy down here. We drag it all the way up to here-ish, let go, and then we can kind of curve it. So how do we want to curve it? Do we want it to curve like that? I don't think so. I think we want it to curve. I'm looking for a sort of curve that's like possibly, let's see, like that there. I want it to come downward a little bit. So more, I guess, a diagonal curve is what I'm looking for. So if that's the case, and in SE, I don't know if you remember, but you know how I said I'm gonna be learning C# and SE? What is SE again? And no, unfortunately, I don't remember. And it's like that because you can click, drag, length to make the curve, click again to make another curve. That does make sense when I click and drag and then let go, one curve, let go, another curve. It gives you a little bit of an S. It isn't software engineering. Oh, I see. Could be, yeah, I could see it. So if I do this guy, and I got the basics now? Oh, well, congratulations. It's always fun when you can set out to do a goal and then do it. Yes, sir. I see. So I'm thinking maybe we can have the curve kind of come out possibly maybe here. Oh, hold on, here-ish. And then erase that there. And then maybe this is fine. Something like that there. And then maybe move you up a little bit like that. And then move this guy down a little bit so you're not interrupting anything else. Something like this, I think. And I actually want to mention that I'm currently hosting an art contest. Oh, I see. Want more info? No, feel free to share. The thing is, I can't do a lot at once, but feel free to share the art contest. A lot of people are artists here, so if you'd like to share, feel free to. The thing is, I want to join game jams, but I gotta get the things I need to get done first before I can and do other things. So 100% feel free to share, as I'd like to participate, but can't at the moment. But if no in the future, I would love to. And hi, is it Noi? Welcome into stream. Welcome back in. So what we'll do is we will go ahead and continue on this guy here. So we added that line to hopefully feel like it adds a little bit more. Maybe a little bit guy of that guy there. And then these lines here, the question is, how can we make them feel better? Possibly what we can do is add in lines here in the background to make it feel like it's going back in space. So this guy here would have to kind of go back here, and then that line can go here, that line can go there maybe. Maybe a line here, maybe a line here, and then like the other guys here, possibly just the edges here can go back a little bit because it's coming out. And maybe do something like that. maybe we can even add a little bit of darkness to these edges here. Something like, well, not 100%, but just a little bit. Just a little bit of rounding along these edges. So maybe something like that there. I think that's what you would call anti-aliasing. And how's it going? It's going great! Now that we are beyond the past point of not being able to say the word we, it's going smoothly now. And okay, no worries, not at all. It's going on Discord until the 11th of January. It's basically about drawing your childhood cat, which recently passed away as a way to honor her. I see. And the winner, if they want, can end up having their art be a new profile picture. Oh, that's lovely. Oh, man, I do love animals. I don't own a cat, but I'd love to in the future. So if you wouldn't mind posting your Discord too, I am quite interested. That sounds lovely, and that's a lovely way to honor your cat as well. Let's see here. So I'm thinking some of these guys in the background, and then that guy in the background too. And then next up, ensure, yep. So let's see. Copy you here, paste you, hold on, drag you out. Now we need to add the even darker areas, right? And also the highlights for our web here. So we'll go ahead and save it here. And we'll go back to our reference web, right? And let's see about highlighting the portions here. That's where the highlight color would have a feel at. So if we go back to our symmetry tool, where would the light come if it were from this guy? What we know for certain is this guy is popping out. Oh, hold on. We'll move that there. And yeah, there you go. That's the link to the Discord. If anyone wants to participate in drawing an adorable cat, I assume. Cats are always adorable. I can certainly say that. And actually, let me join yours if you have one. I do indeedy. !CORD. There you go. And thank you for sharing as well. Let's see here. So what I'll do is I'll make this guy the highlight since it's kind of popping out. I just need to ask, how big is your sprite in Aseprite? When you're creating game assets, it depends on what I'm creating. Usually I tend to stick around 16 by 16. However, because of I wanted a bigger web, I'm also trying 32 by 32. You can see here, this character sprite is 16 by 16. This guy here, 16 wide by 32 tall. But for the boss lady, she gets a whole 48 by 48. So it depends on the theme I'm going for, is how big. For example, this chest 16 by 16, but the door a little bit bigger. So it depends. And technically chat might as well be your cat. Except you don't get any cuddles, just ban words. You do have the chaotic nature of a cat. I can certainly say that much. We'll go ahead and maybe add a line here because that guy gets darker as it's going out. This guy could possibly be a little bit lighter, or maybe around this guy here. Maybe we can have this guy as a little bit lighter since it's coming out. A little bit lighter since it's coming out here. Maybe a little bit of pop light here, maybe there, out there. Maybe another guy about here, maybe another guy about here, and usually I try my best also to not go singular pixels, but sometimes it can't be helped. Something like that there, and I think that'll work for that. We could also possibly do lighting on the top here, but I don't know, maybe something like this here, where it's not too noticeable at the top. And then we also need highlights for the top of the guy here. I'm ready for some magic? Now lower the opacity. Oh, dear horses here. I am quite curious to see, though. Copy, paste, and here I thought we're already at almost the 2-hour mark, which I am, well, 1 to 2, yeah, almost, which is surprising, but we're good. I still think we can manage to do 2. Opacity, yep, lowering the opacity. Look at that. It does blend in quite well. It feels spiderwebby, which is more than I can say about my old spiderwebs. I tried one before, and it didn't go quite as what I imagined, but that is neat to lower the opacity and see it in a different light, so thank you for that. Let's see here. So adding a highlight to certain parts, for example here, this little guy here might be a little bit of highlight. Add another little bit of highlight there and zoom in a little bit so we can see. I'm starting to think as well, maybe this highlight is a little bit too bright, and that looks good. Feels like you can put an item behind it. Ah, I see. You know, technically speaking, we do have a specific thing we can hold and, just, oh, hold on, that's entities. Never mind. Grab you here, copy, paste, and just, just kind of shimmy our little guy over, and look at that. Isn't that neat? So that's the idea behind dungeon assets, being able to do for different things, and then you could lower the opacity possibly and do like that a little bit and see about making it. Then I think that's cool. That's quite cool. Let's see here. Delete the chest guy here, and the chest will probably have to be a little bit more highlighty for more contrast, but the idea of being able to hide objects behind it, I think that's neat. So let's see here. We'll go ahead and add a little bit of highlight here, maybe a little bit of one guy here, a little bit of two guy, maybe a little bit more about here, and I'm starting to think this highlight's a little bit too bright. So you might have to modify it just a little bit here. Add a little bit of possibly a highlight here, maybe a little bit here, maybe a little bit of a highlight, you there. There you go. Something like that. Oh, and also need probably a little bit of highlight here, there, maybe a little bit of a highlight, let's see here, and also here as well. And I think that takes care. And I love the idea of the chest behind the spiderweb triggering a fight against a spider. Might have to draw a spider at some point. I certainly think that could be a fun idea. Let's see here. I think that's it though. The only change I'm going to make is I'm going to lower the brightness of the highlight. And what I did is I selected everything, made sure contiguous was not checked. And then from there, what you can do is if I hide this guy here, I can click on File, Edit. I can then go to Adjustments. And if I go to Brightness and Contrast, I can lower the brightness as an example. I could also lower the contrast. So it just depends on how you want to change it to make it feel not as pop. Might up the brightness, you could up the brightness 100%, but we just want it to blend in and still feel like a highlight. So if I click OK here, it went from this color of this color, and then let's see, that, hold on, redo. Oh, never mind, we lost the color. Hold your horses. If I just copy that guy and paste it and do a new layer, I just want a comparison. Paste that guy down here, okay, and then grab that color there, do what we just did before, but again, a little bit faster. Or you can put a bed inside the web and it acts like a mosquito net. Oh, that's cute too. And it's just a dancing peacock spider. Oh, you know what? Fair point. I don't know how big that spider was though. An ideal lower opacity on everything except highlights. Interesting. Hold on. Let's see. Adjustments. Let me lower the highlight here. So brightness and contrast. And we upped the brightness a little bit on this guy here. Lower the contrast a little bit on this guy here. So it's still a little bit brighter, and clicked OK. Okay. So we have web. Oh, hold on. Undo. Grab you. Oh, never mind. I'm trying to grab specifically you, web. Thank you very much. And I also want to grab this web. So if I merge layer down, slide this web up. There we go. However, this guy here, the opacity doesn't, or not the opacity, but the brightness isn't as. That actually sounds so cool to lower the opacity on everything except the highlights. I can certainly try it. I just want to lower the highlights first to make it feel like it blends in a little bit more. Let's see, brightness, contrast, lower the contrast a little bit. Lower the, keep it just a little bit of the highlight, just not quite highlighty. Okay, there we go. Something like that instead, where it's not as popping. And you could also replace the spider glow stick with torches. Oh, that's cute. That's so silly, it's adorable. And then from there, it was suggested to try lowering the opacity. So what we'll do is we'll copy this web and we'll move it over here and we'll actually make it a new layer on its own, just to see. And then from there, I'll go ahead and also grab this guy on its own layer. And that way, now that we have this specific without the highlights, we lower the opacity like that there. And, I'm not quite sure about it, but I do like the feel. Oh, hold on. No, I take it back. That's quite neat. It blends in just enough that it does look nice. I can say it's got a neat feel about it. I do like the suggestion, Zero. No, I'm gonna keep this. I'll call this our group, new group, and I'll call it our highlight, H-I-G-H-L-A, highlight with O-P-A-C-I-T-U-A, highlight with opacity. And then we'll do that there. And this guy is our other web idea. And for now, I'll stick with this guy because I think this one's a little bit better. And now that we have all of these guys good to go, because the ad break will start in a little bit. So what we'll do now is I'm going to save this. We'll do a bit of stretching, grab a little bit of water here. And then once we come back from the ad break, what we'll do is you can see, we'll look at some actual webs. You can see different webs from different Pixelart games. So we'll take a look, compare and contrast, and see how they do their webs in their games and how my web was done, and see if there's anything I like about it, dislike about it, and see if there's anything we can use as reference to enhance the sprite and see how well that goes. So with all of that said, let me click on the add button and let me get some water, do a little bit of stretching, and then we can continue. So let's see here. And I saw the door monster in the top right and went, wait, no, hold on, Frost. The door monster top right, you said. Top right? Oh no. This is from a lovely game called, let's see if I can remember. Nope, I don't remember it. The name of the game is called, if I click Ragnarok Online. That's what this game is. So if anything on here catches your interest, if you like the art style of something, feel free to ask and I can tell you what game it is from. That way you can see more of that style, as there's plenty of references here. Beforehand, we did some doors, so there's some Terraria doors here, for example. We have some Deltarune, some Undertale. We also have on here some games from The Legend of Zelda. So if anything at all, you can say, oh, I like this, I like this ladder. I can tell you what game it's from. So if anything catches your eye, do let me know. Let me move this guy down here. Go ahead and click on save on here. And let's go ahead and get into those stretches, shall we? So let's see. We'll start off by going to the right a little bit. And then let's see. Go to the left a little bit. And then we'll go back a little bit. And then we'll go front a little bit. And if any cream cracks, I am not to be held liable. And the bottom right web from Undertow, yellow looks great. Oh, I'll be excited to see. Let's go to the left a little bit. And then let's go to the right a little bit. And then let's go down a little bit. And let's go back a little bit. So you should be all stretched out. Another one you can do as well is go right and down. That is a good to go one, as well as right and down. Oh no, I feel more stretched, but the cracks feel nice. I see. We'll see, we'll see. The thing is, this tile map itself, so the bricks and walls, are at least 9 months old. This was back when I was still learning Pixelart itself, so this is quite outdated compared to the newer sprites. And you know what? Since we are on ad break, I can show you if I can pull it up in time. Let's see, let's see. I should have the folder open to my disposal here, Dungeon Props. Yep. And let's see, I do. And this was the initial character sprite. So this gal here, if I do, let's see, Alt here, player alive, yep. And I'll grab you here. I believe that's you. And what I did recently, is I went back and I updated the sprites. I gave them a little bit more flavor, so you can kind of see the few months of improvements from point A to point B. At least, fingers crossed, hopefully. Let's see, grab you, and grab you, and grab you. There we are. So that's the before and recently, so after at least 9 months of Pixelart learning, and all cracks are great until you hit one that hurts. Oh boy, until the wall comes falling down. You can kind of see she says pointing at night and day. I have learned quite a lot, I can say it. It's really nice to be able to see just the difference in the face. Let me get some water here. Oh, hold on, I can finish the water. Lovely. Alrighty then, welcome back from the ad breaks. I was just talking about how the tile map itself is at least 9 months old from when I was just starting out with Pixelart, and this is at least 2 weeks old, the updated sprite. So this was old art, this was new art, me trying to improve, and I was thinking, one of these days we're going to have to go back and update the wall itself, since the wall is quite old, but I still think it serves its purpose. At the very least, I think the floor needs a little bit of updating. Perhaps there's a minor difference between these two artworks, she says, while comparing the Mona Lisa and Random Doodle. Hold on now! This was not a random doodle. This was hard work and struggling. I'll have you know, look at all these different iterations of trying to think this was 100% Mona Lisa's back in the day. You just didn't know it, Frost. With that said, let me go ahead and close this guy. I can also go ahead and remove our little girl here, and I like the original. That's good too, yeah. I think there's niceness in the simplicity of it. The thing is, I added a lot of color and a lot of detail, but I like how simple this guy was originally. And the ghost looks like a creepy umbrella. Perfect. The hope was to make her look a little bit more like this ghost here. And because my headcanon is, oh, I'm listening. Let me slide this guy over. And you should be fine to go here. You should be subtracted. And she starts off as the original. Ah! And then over time of the game, she becomes the current version. A ghost of herself, one might say. A ghost in the past. I like the idea. It's quite cute. So let's see here. For our games, for all of the spider webs I was able to find, and also if you'd like to take a look at the sprites yourself, you should be able to do that guy there, and it should bring you to, at the very bottom of this screen, it should have a section called Spiders Resource, which should allow you to see the games and the game sprites. So if you want to download them for yourself and take a better look at them, you can. So for the games we have on here, if I go to this guy, we have Undertale spider webs, and these guys here. We also have, I believe, also Undertale spider webs. Yep. Also Undertale spiderwebs, and assuming it ever became one of those dark storyline games, it just ends up with her being Eldritch Horror for a bad ending. The thing is, I quite see this as a, storybook sort of game, where it's the idea of how you teach the evil person how to love again. It's supposed to be something simple and sweet. Though I do like the bad ending idea. I like how chaotic the spiderweb is. Wait, what's the one from Amore? Well, let's see. Yeah, these are all Undertale. This one here is, let's see, also Undertale. This one here is from Undertale Yellow, so these guys are Undertale Yellow. So she turns into, hold on now! Abomination, wasn't that the word used? Let me just double check. Oh, no, Eldritch Horror. Okay, I can deal with that one, as long as it's not Abomination. And I can neither confirm nor deny. I am an Eldritch Princess, so I can't agree to those terms. However, I am not an Eldritch Abomination. There's a clear difference. A line of distinction. We have on here, let's see, an Amore spiderweb. So this guy here is from Amore, yes indeedy. We have this one here. Oh, no, this one's from Undertale Yellow. That's Catface, but this spiderweb is from Amore. We also have on here, what is it called? This guy is from a pack in itch.io. to quickly show you what I mean is, if we go into, let's see, browser here for a quick old second, I can show you. At the bottom of the link I sent, you'll see there's some packs here. So these aren't from any games, they're just from pixel artists who uploaded their art for people to use. So if you see any awkward looking names, it's from those, because it'll tell you the name at the top. And hi, sweetheart, welcome into stream, welcome in. What's up? I was ready for the giggle mug, it did not come. But welcome into stream, and what's up? The sky. Welcome in. Let me bring you back into draw here. So let's see here. If I go down, this is from Binding of Isaac. So these are Binding of Isaac spiderwebs. And then this is also Binding of Isaac. Apparently I did it twice. So I'm just gonna, you saw nothing, that wasn't there. I think those are all the spiderwebs. And what's up is your smile, Baka. I'll take that one. And hi, Katori, I believe, possibly. Please tell me and I can try again, but I'm guessing it's Katori. Welcome in. And hey, Ezra, sorry I'm late to the stream. No worries, feel free to not apologize. Oh, I say feel free, but apologizing not allowed around here. Feel free to come and go as you please. There's no expectations, but when you are here, I do enjoy it. So I welcome you in, and thanks for stopping by as well. Thanks for taking some of your time out of your day to spend some time with Wa. I do appreciate it. And I'm about to start working on my project today. Well, best of luck. And feel expensive to leave. So looking at all these spiderwebs, what are some things we notice compared to theirs, right? Compared to my spiderweb. If I go back onto here, and I'll just copy my spiderweb just so we can see it a little bit closer. What are some comparing and contrasting we can do? What are things we can notice about theirs versus mine? So I'll go ahead and I'll go back into our study here. We'll do a new layer on here. I'll paste in. One thing I can say for certain is mine's quite a tiny spider web. And we'll also grab a little corner guy here too. There we are. And yeah, guess what day is today? Oh, welcome from the Twitch side of things too. And what day is it today, may I ask? It's not hump day. So I wouldn't quite know what day is today. Today's Saturday. Maybe it's off work day, your birthday? Well, happy birthday! And this makes it even more special that you're here today. Welcome in on the birthday day, and I hope you have a lovely and wonderful birthday and day. Let's see here. So looking at all of these guys, I can say at least the Amori spiderweb, right, is not shaded, which is interesting to see. It's just one color. And then we have one here, the sprite from, what is it? Itch.io, this dungeon platformer tile set. This guy here had kind of the idea that we had too, right? Where you have some edges or some of the parts that dip down as darker colors. So this is two colors except for one, and right? And here for Amori now, Amori gets a little bit interesting. The outer edges are brighter, and it seems to use about 3 colors if I had to guess. There's one color here, and a darker color here. So maybe 4 colors actually, if I just grab this guy here. 3 colors. I say 3 colors is used for Amori. But they also have the idea of using colors that are similar, close, but not too bright, like how I have mine. Close, but not too bright was the hope that I was going for. And let's see. Anything else to notice? There are lines also, you can see right that. Oh, and let me grab a red. Might make it easier to see a little bit if I go up here. And also, why is this red low opacity? We need a bright opacity. That way we can see even easier. We have a dip down here. We have a straight line, another dip down, and a straight line. So it's interesting to see just the patterns that are going on here compared to our own. If we go here, you can see as well, this guy, straight line. I'd say straight line. But then you also have a little bit of curving going on here with these other parts. So it keeps that idea of curving. And if we were to try to dissect this guy here, it looks like madness. But I do think there is a method to said madness. For example, I think this is the center. And then you can kind of see the lines that come out in certain areas. Like there's probably a line here. Maybe you can consider maybe this line up here. Maybe another line can kind of come down here. And then you have the bits that come in between. So let me grab a bit of a different color here. But the in-between lines that come in between. And you got this guy here, and then kind of a diagonal guy. Maybe another diagonal guy. Maybe another diagonal guy here. Maybe even another line here. But maybe you could also call that a bit of a diagonal guy. But I do feel like it is following the pattern of spiderweb. Especially if I hide it might make it a little bit easier to see. There's a lot of dimension going on, which I think makes it tricky. And I think maybe if there was more color in this, it'd be easier to understand what's going on. But as is, I think the structure of the spiderweb is very nice. And I think you mean it's following the pattern of Spider-Man. I mean, all of these are Spider-Man, if you think about it. That's all the webbing ideas. So it does feel like a what is it, what do you call it? Like an old Spider-Man game. I could see this being a sprite for it. And no specific, oh! I see! Fair point! And the white too. I see it. The red and blue. Let's see here. Next up we have Undertale. And Undertale has, I'd say, more of, maybe you could even call it, or cartoony sort of spider web. It was the idea I was talking about initially, where I felt like our spider web, if I open this guy up again, that circle, when I think of spider web, initially, this is what came to mind before this guy here. So the center being a circle, and it's mostly a circle, but there are some areas where it kind of has that curve in, still like a spider web. And this is supposed to be a platform from the game. So I think I understand why it's not as detailed, because the character is supposed to go in the center here. So to make the character more obvious, there's not the internal webbing. But you can also see here, Undertale goes for more of a circular webbing feel, it seems like, which is interesting to note. Let me go ahead and subtract this guy here. We also have this sort of, what is it, hourglass type of webbing, which is interesting. I'd have to see it in context. Unfortunately, I don't think I was able to catch the context, but I'd like to see how this specific webbing was used, as I think it's interesting. And you can see here, again, a circle guy. And what Undertale does differently about their webbing compared to everyone else's, their webbing also has a black outline, which makes it interesting. What I wonder is, if you did it in a different style, so instead of doing it in a black outline, and you know what? This is what testing is all about. I'm curious to see. What I'll do is I'll copy this guy, we'll then make a new layer, we'll paste it, and I just want to try something super duper quickly. And what in the world are you looking, or are you doing again? Look how the world, how you could draw a spider with a spider? We've drawn a spider previously, Torrent. We've drawn a peacock spider. It was quite adorable, holding little lightsabers, but we've already done spider. Today we're doing dungeon props. Specifically, we're doing some spider webs. And welcome in as well. Welcome in. What I wanted to try doing was, I want to make this guy, this white color we have here, I want to change the coloring a little bit because I'm curious to see, just changing the outline colors, how much that changes the mood of the pixel art itself. So just quickly, I want to do an experiment. And I can't see a spider in this web, lady. We've done a specific bug study before. That's the thing. It wasn't a spider study. It was a bug study, which included a spider. And today is about dungeon props. And in dungeons, you usually have webs. Maybe not spiders. Not always. Not always. What I'll do is I'll grab this color. I'll then go a little bit darker. And then grab this guy here. And then I'll go to all of our colors here. Like that there. Maybe make it a little bit darker so it's not specifically black, but do something like that. Then also, let's see, if I grab this color here, grab that color there, we'll also slide it over a little bit here too, so that it's a little bit different. And then I want to do is, I want to move this down a little bit more, slide you over a little bit more, and then I want to make this guy that's in here, the inside color, a little bit darker. So just want to see, changing the colors, how much does that really change the feel of it? And I found your secret. You can't fool me anymore. You are Spider Girl. I'll have you know. And no, that's not the case whatsoever. I'm gonna need some evidence and proof to see if that's fact. And as far as I know, that is not the case. Thank you very much. Let's see here. I'll just add, well, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to decide where the light is. And in mine, I'm thinking the light's kind of coming from this way. So everything in this direction, everything to the left, is in light. And everything lower, so everything that's down here, is also in the shadow. So if we do this guy here, we do this guy here, that's in light. And this guy here would be in shadow. So something like this here, this here, this here. All of this guy up here would be in shadow because you are all of you here. So something like that there, that there. This guy would also probably be like that guy there. And if we also make this guy a bit of a shadow here, bit of a shadow here, a little bit of a shadow here and here. And webs are no spiders. Webs and no spiders. Webs and no spider. Case closed. I can weave a weeb. I can weave a web or two. Yeah, it does. You don't have to be a spider to do it. It's not impossible. You just grab some string and some silk, and I'm sure, you know, knitting will do you quite well, I'd say. Move you here, and you can weave a web or web a weave. That is not what I said on the slightest. I said something completely different. Not even what I meant to say. And web a weave sounds anyway. Let's see here. Grab you down there and grab you down there. And all I wanted to do was just to see if changing the colors of the outline change it at all? And I would certainly say that is the case, yes. If we, hold on, grab you as you're also shading down there, and we also grab your shading here. I think that adds a stronger feel to it. And there's nothing at all wrong with the doing a black outline. Since Undertale's a very cartoonish game, having this cartoony outline serves it well. But it's just the idea of changing just the outline of something can immediately change the feel of the pixel art itself. And that's all I wanted to see. I just wanted to do that. It wasn't adding on top of my own art, but I just wanted to experiment because I can experiment. I've got the assets, so I can try things. And it's a thing of if your art's not looking the way you want it to, maybe you can mess around with the outline a little bit, as changing the outline itself made it softer, and I feel like it blends in a little bit more. So it's interesting. It's interesting, I see, most certainly. But that done, though, we'll go ahead and I should be able to delete you. Oh, hold on. That's not what I wanted to delete in the slightest. That's deleting everything. And lady, I demand a spider. You know that, do you? You know what? You can't go making demands around here. Last time I checked, you are not crowned. I am the crowned one here. You can make requests, but not demands. Most certainly not. I will not accept those. Let's see here. I'll go ahead and remove this guy. So, moving on from Undertale, and hold on, did I move this guy? What layer are you on? Oh, I see. You're on this layer here. Well, we'll just hide that layer. Saving it here. We have you. And lastly, we have on here, oh, a few more. This is still Undertale, so let's look at the Undertale guys. We have more Undertale. This guy here is a little bit different. The color is, well, it feels see-through, but it's not. But it's just another singular color, kind of like a Mori, which is interesting. But then for here, it gets a little bit different. No longer do they go for the hard outline. I think you're missing a magic word, champ. Exactly. The magic word that everyone knows. Or I wouldn't be surprised if Torrid ended up saying now. Let's see here. What I'm noticing for this is, why is it that there's some dark areas and showing your Spider-Girl costume and Cease's Jordans or Crease's Jordans? What does that even mean? Let's see here. What I'm questioning is, why do you think there are dark portions on here? When I was talking about before with the idea of having a sort of recipe when it comes to shading, is there a recipe we can find in this shading itself? And hi Dave, welcome into stream, welcome in, and welcome back as well. And too far. Welcome to a study we're doing on dungeon props, specifically spiders. Currently, you should be able to see, these are my spider webs, and now we're taking a look at spider webs from different games. Right now, we're looking at some Undertale spider webs, but welcome in all the same. I hope you had a lovely day, or night, considering or depending on the time zones. So let's see here. Trying to figure out the recipe. Maybe it's the case of some sort of light source coming from possibly in this direction here, maybe. I'm seeing some parts. Oh, hold on. Let me make sure it is on its own layer. That way we don't ruin anything. But the light, we have darkness here. We have darkness here. We have darkness on the edges here as well. So it's interesting. I don't know what the pattern is, but I bet there's a reason why. For example, why shade here, but not here? Interesting. Yeah, I don't know what it is. And that's the thing as well. Sometimes there's not a rhyme or reason for the Pixelart, and you can also be dissecting it too much and have to go. No worries at all, Jack. Thanks for stopping by and chatting for a bit. And good luck with not being oblivious to all those good references. Terrible pun for what's coming up, but I hope you have a lovely one, and thanks for stopping by. Let me go ahead and erase this guy. Yeah, I might be looking too much into it, but that's the questions I would ask. And I challenge you to a magic spider fight. Lady, you throw webs and I throw leaves. Oh boy, I don't know if that would end as well as you think it would. Let's see here. Taking a look at our cobweb. Are there any patterns we're seeing for this guy here? I'd say a little bit. The center seems to be where it's most shaded at. If I go ahead and just delete this guy here, go to a new layer up here. The center and the bottom, or sometimes the edges. We have a few of the edges, a few of the center. So a little bit of the bottom, center, edges. So some tips, some edges, some centers. It does feel like there's a method in somewhat. Some centers also as well. But this guy's two-color, two-tone. So it's interesting to look at. Mine doesn't really follow any of these quite. I think, if any, it follows the more so, what is it? Binding of Isaac colors. And hi, Ansia. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. It's back. I won't expand on what I'm talking about, and we'll use it anyway for my own sanity and Eris. Also, hi, how are all of you? Well, welcome in here. I was about to say yours. Welcome in, Ansia. Welcome in. It's been a second or two, and I'm glad you showed up. Welcome. I'm hoping whatever's back is a nice change of pace. If I had to compare all of these webs, though, I would say the binding device one is closest to mine in the sense of patterns. One last thing I'd like to do before we move on to either torches or chains. And actually, let me see if I can. You can say welcome into yourself. It's okay. Let me go ahead. I believe I can do poll. Possibly. Let's see. Poll, enter, right? What to do next? Question mark. We have torch or we have, let's see. It was either going to be torch or chains. I'm gonna go ahead and put that in there. Go ahead and start the poll. So, if you have a preference for what you'd like to happen next, consider voting in the poll. And I'll also do a poll for YouTube as well. What to do next? Question mark. We'll do chains here or torch. There we are. So, if you have a preference, as I'm not sure which one, but considering the time, I'm not sure if we'll be able to do both. And I'm doing most of the K to answer you. I see. Forgive me if you didn't ask. I believe I did. But if not, I'm glad you answered anyway. Yes. I did forget the follow-up questions, but welcome in all the same. And I'm glad to hear you're doing nice as well. It's nice to see all of you. It's nice to see you as well. Saying that, let's see. One thing I wanted to do before we move on to the next guy was I wanted to take a look at some Pixelart spiderwebs again. If I, let's see, move this guy down here, make it a little bit bigger, but not too big, and we slide over to here. We looked at the Pixelart of the day already, and if I scroll back over to here, this was the technique I was talking about, where if I can kind of zoom in a little bit, oh, interesting. They make their web stringy, where it's broken. That's another thing. I didn't even consider that. Some of these strands are broken, so they don't reach the end, and because they don't reach the end, they've been made torn and droopy. That's also possibly why it feels droopy too. Not just the, not just the curves, which is interesting. And let's see here. I was also noting as well, some of the portions here where it was different colors. And they all have oh, hold on. Let me clear. Let's see. They all have so nice manners that makes me think, nah. What do you mean exactly, Torida? What are you trying to imply? Let's see here. Specifically, I wanted to look at this guy where some of the highlights, and then we go a little bit darker, we go a little bit highlighter, and then we go a little bit darker again. I think that's interesting to note. And looking at my own spiderweb, right? I was hoping to go for something like that. And I think something as well to do would possibly be to add some droopy lines, but they would have to be where it makes sense, where there would be a part. So for example here, oh, actually, I don't think we can do it, but we might do, if I move this guy back down here, move this guy here, it might be the case if I wanted to add a droopy line, removing this guy here, like that, removing that guy here, and just adding a little bit of a line here, something like that. I don't know how well that feels, but it's that idea of wherever it would attach, removing the line and making it droopy. And looks a bit droopy? Yeah, I do agree. And since silk is not rigid, it follows gravity quite a lot. Yeah, keeping in mind the idea of gravity, unless you advance it out of a 2D or out of a second, unless you advance it out to a second or third tile. Interesting. I think I get what you mean. For example, here, this would be advancing it or making it come out of a tile a little bit. That said, though, let me go ahead and save this guy here, and we'll move on to the next guy, which will be either chains or torches. So on YouTube's side of things, it was voted in to do chains, and on Twitch's side of things, it was voted in to do torches. Oh no, it's a 50-50. Torch, one person voted torch, and one person also voted, all right. Well then, I guess in this case, we will flip a coin. Let's see here. You there and pull. Alrighty, and let me go ahead and pull up this guy here. And then from there, and yep, I'm about to read that. Good. Okay, so let's see. Flip a coin. Post that in there. Have that guy go there. Lovely. Okay, so let me bring you into this guy very quickly. So, if it lands on heads, I don't mean to flashbang you, but if it lands on heads, we'll do torches. If it lands on tails, we'll do chains. So, flipping this guy, let's see. Heads, torches, tails, chains. Tails, chains, so we do chains next. And like a weeb cave, after a long night, anyways, the weather's nice today, isn't it? Yeah, it is. I do agree. Oh, yeah, the weather was a little bit worse earlier, but now it's doing quite well. I do agree. Let's see here. Let me go ahead and go back into here. So we'll do chains next, since the coin has decided. Let me go ahead and remove you there. And torches, it's on the coins. Joke, I'm pretty sure you did torches already. We've done fire, but we haven't done torches. I don't believe so. And not in this, at least, case where it's like a wall torch for a dungeon. I don't think so, but we have done light before. Light, fire. There we are. We've done fire. I can say that for certain. And that's an idea then? Ah, I see. And we did bushes. We did do bushes too. We did indeedy. Let me go ahead and save this guy here. Alrighty then, so for chains, and don't forget the bushes, until torches if you don't want to do fire again, or unlit torches. We don't have to lean into fire, but we could also just see, do a little bit of mixture of both, but let's see. Let's get first through the chains and then see how much time we have left to see if we can do torches, but fingers crossed, I'm hoping it will be the case. So with that said, let me go ahead and make a new guy here. Let me move you to up here, move you up there, and oh, right. Was there anything I wanted to modify about my guy? Truth be told, looking at this, there's not much I think could be modified just based off of these guys. So we'll do that. You don't have to. I was just saying inspired by the coin flip. Oh, I see. Got ya. Let's see. Save this guy here. Zoom out a little bit, and we'll do chains. So I need some shackles going up in here. But my all-time favorite was snow, and you know why. Snow is one of my favorites too, and I'm hoping once we get to official winter season, we can do snow all over again. Let's see. Move you here, move you back up here. Maybe this time we can draw some igloos or something. That could be a lot of fun. Let me scroll you to here, and we'll take a look at chains here. And did you learn tiles, or is that a reference? Everything you see here, I drew. So anything on the screen currently is everything I've drawn. We've done a tile study before, but it was back when I just started streaming, so this is at least 9 months old. So we haven't done a tile study since then, but technically speaking, this is a tile study in the sense that we're working on a dungeon tile thing where you would make assets for your game. This is a game idea, but it's not actually an official game. And Man Snow Part 2. I believe we've done Man Snow Part 2 a few times. And was I even there 9 months ago? Possibly not. This was towards a very early portion of the of the streaming, so I don't think so, Ancia. I don't think so. But I'm happy to have you here now. Let's see. So for our chains, let's go ahead and go into, let's see, our pier up here. That's a very good tiles for old tiles. Thank you. The hope is that, or the theme is, you're supposed to be in an enchanted well, and you're a child from a village, and all the villagers have gone missing, and it's because the children have been wishing to the wishing well spirit, and they've been too greedy with their wishes. So this wishing well spirit lady, if I go back into here super duper quickly, this wishing well lady here, she decides enough is enough, I'm taking all of your souls. So now you play as the main character, your soul gets taken, and you have to venture through the dungeon in order to get your soul back and save all of the children. And I should do tiles for tabletop RPG maps? That does sound like a fun idea. I definitely know tiles is something I want to get better at. So let me bring you into this guy here. So for our chains, I think specifically there's 2 things we're going to have to tackle in order to do this. And some say it's because the people banned our words. Oh boy, I am no longer chained, I tell you. I am unchained. Let's see here. There's 2 things I think that we're going to have to take into account. And what's the concept? Where's Necrotype Cafe? I'm so lost. Did you finish? Oh, no. Necrotype Cafe is a game I'm making. The concept Ancia that I was talking about is just a mock idea to help with studies, to bring studies together. So for example here, if I go back into draw, the idea is that I wanted to make a pseudo game. If this were like a mock-up of a game, a concept of a game. So I first started off by making a dungeon tile set. So I made the walls here, and through different studies I've been adding on. So for example, we did a monster study where we drew some monsters to add to this tile set. We did a refresh of a ghost study. So the ghost was added. So it's just different studies kind of combined together under the same theme of dungeon. And I was just scared. No, not at all. The game is certainly not done. Not at all. I can certainly say that. We aren't even close to the demo. You have missed not a thing, I assure you. So let me bring you back into this guy here. And let's see, shall we? So this here. So 2 things I think are going to be needed. 2 things that need to be taken into account. And there's enemies and bosses and all, and that's so cool. Thank you. It's always fun to draw around a theme and have strict rules, so in the sense of, I want to have a theme of dungeon, and I also want the colors to feel like they could fit into the dungeon. So I am quite happy with how things are going. So let's see, draw here. Alrighty. So 3 things, and no worries at all, Ancia. I want to get better at handling situations, so I don't mind one bit. There's 3 parts when it comes to this idea of shackles, it seems like. We have the thing that goes on the wall, so this guy right here. We have the chain itself, so this guy right here, and then we have the thing, the curvy thing that goes and that gets clamped around other things, that guy there. That seems to be the multiple pieces that we have to take into account. And we'll start with the chains, I think, and then we can kind of do the other two, because the chains are the big focus. But making a chain that can be sort of tiled, I suppose. And hi, Big B. Welcome back into stream. And thank you for the, hold on, let me get the number about. I believe it was 5, but let me just do a double check here. Yes, indeedy. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs as well. And welcome back into the stream too. What wonderful timing. But welcome in all the same. Let's see here. We'll start off by seeing if we can do a tile for our chains, and then we'll add a little bit of a shackle, and then add also the top guy. So 3 things in total, but we'll start off by doing, I think, a 16 by 16, what is it called? A chain idea. And hi there, thank you for being so nice. I do agree. Thank you again for your wonderful generosity. Let's see here. So to look at our chains, right, to start off, I did a little pattern here already, but let's see. Our chains seem to be some sort of circles, and the circles seem to rotate. So we have one circle going this way, and then we have another circle going this way, and then we go this way, and then we go this way. So they seem to turn in time. That'll be something to take into account. Another thing we'll have to look towards is the idea of the light and the colors. But for now, let's start off with just the twisting motion that comes with the chains. Let's start there and work our way forward to something else, shall we? So I'll go ahead and let's see. I'll press escape on this guy here, click on this guy here, click save on here, and let's get started. So I'll bring you into our draw guy once more, and then we'll make you smaller like that. That should be small enough. That should be a-okay. I'll move this guy down, move this guy over. And things that are the hardest with chains is definitely how they link together, because they're rigid, but behave like something flexible, like silk as a whole. Yeah, funny enough, I saw a Blender video the other day on how to make generated chains. So I feel like the Google already knew what I was trying to accomplish before I even knew what I was planning to do. So we'll go here, we'll save this guy here. Now, for our chains, I suppose they're going to be silvery. So is there a color already on here that's more on the silvery side? And hi, Dragon Dev. Welcome into the stream. Welcome in. And thanks for the sub. Again, yeah, thank you. Let's see here. What we'll do is there any silver? I'm not seeing any silver. We have a blue, not a silver. Maybe this can work for a silver. Does this? No, that does not feel like silver. Okay, instead, we'll then make our own silver color. So, currently right now, the color palette of the game is less saturated, and the algorithms know you like chains, so I'll recommend handcuffs as a way to evade authorities. No need to evade authorities, for I am not breaking the law. Easy peasy. The biggest hack, I tell ya. Let's see. So what we'll do is we'll grab our blue guy from here. Oh, actually green. Surprisingly enough, this is a green color. But we'll grab a sort of slatish color. So I'll go over to maybe blue, because it'll be more so on the blue side. Maybe more of a darker blue here. And we want something that'll be dark enough to pop out. So let's see if we can find the right color to use. I'll go ahead and save this guy here. Maybe we can go for maybe a little bit darker. And again, we don't want to go too saturated. So we're sticking away from the right. We're keeping to the left. And officer, I swear these chains I bought are bulk for my art studies. Oh boy. To be, what is it called? Murder mystery writer. And if the chain is old, the flats should be stretched. Huh. What are the flats? I know nothing about chains, but is there any on here that are old? A lot of these look quite new, but the flats, maybe this one's quite old. Do you mean the ends, or do you mean the length of the chain itself? Funnily enough, I do write murder mysteries. It's fun! Detectives, mysteries, I do enjoy a good mystery, I can certainly say, but the search history does not enjoy those. Let's see here. So, I'm thinking maybe this guy, we want it to stand out. So possibly we'll need a darker color. And what I'm doing here is I have a hotkey set. So if I go ahead and I click on, let's see here, what you can do is do sprite, color mode, and you can do grayscale. I have it set as a hotkey, but if you want to do it manually, you just have to do that and click that. So that when I do that, that is what I'm doing. It's just set to now a hotkey, which I find is super duper fun and very interesting. And for this guy here, I want it to be dark enough that it doesn't, well, I don't want it to be too dark that it blends in enough, just enough. And I think this is a good color, that it feels like it's in the world, in the long sides. Oh, I see, got ya. So you're saying if it's newer, it would look more like, let's see, like something like this if it's new, but if it's old, it's gonna be a little bit stretched. So something like this here instead, just a little bit more stretched, depending on it. And that does make sense, because if it's older, the metal is constantly bending, so as it goes on in time, I can see why, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So what we'll do is, I'll first grab our 16 by 16 guy, and with this chains color we now have, we'll first start off by figuring out, okay, we know for certain, right now we have a pattern of adding outlines to our pixel art. And the thing is, if it's interactable, usually that's when I add outlines. So because it's a mob, because it's an enemy, outlines. But because it's a spider web and it's meant to be in the background, no outlines. So if these chains are something you can interact with, outlines can be a good idea to draw attention to it. But if we want it in the background, then maybe we don't want outlines. We want to keep it blending into the background and only keep the important stuff that we need. But maybe it's the case, you know, maybe we come across a little skeleton guy here who needs our help, or maybe the children are chained up in certain parts of the, like, what is it called? Crypto the Necrodancer? Where some NPCs are in big cages. Maybe it's something like that, where you have to go around and free them. That could be an idea too. So let's see here. I'll grab this guy, move this guy here, and what I want to do is try to create a tiled idea. And thank you for the follow, Raven Rare. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. And Crypto the Necrodancer mentioned, it's a good game. I haven't finished it, but it is a good game. So what we'll do for the chains is I'm going to convert it into a tile map, like that there. And then if I slide this guy, you should see there's some other options. And I'm waiting for Cadence of the Hyrule reference next. I have not done that game yet, but I will eventually. Don't you worry. I'll get there once I can proudly say I finished Crypto the Necrodancer. Right now, though, you know, my skills aren't there. So until then, oh boy. What then you can do is there's some buttons up here. Nope, you can't see the buttons. Hold on. If you're trying to create a tile map, what I did was I right-clicked this guy, and I set it to convert to, and I clicked tile map. So now we're in tile map mode. Now, I want to create a tile map of the chain so that I know that they link correctly. So what I can do is I can click on, let's see, this guy here, don't modify existing tiles. And what we'll actually do is we'll go here. So I can put that guy down, and you can see that tile was added. Next then, what I can do is I can grab this tile, and if I click, make sure that guy's enabled, so show tile set, and also I do manually modify existing tiles, what I should be able to is if I click B, we should have a brush. So this guy, make sure it's highlighted, and let's see, click on that guy there. Yep, you can see the tile, or the line there. If I hide this guy, it should be a little bit easier to see. This is now a tile. And now that these guys are straight, the idea is that we unselect this now. This is only if you want to move the tiles around. I click on modify and reuse existing tiles. And now if I modify existing tile, so this guy here, and I move it around, hold on, let's see, did this wrong? It is modify existing tiles. This guy, first guy. There you go. The words are a little bit tricky, but once you get the hang of it. And the hope is that by doing it this way, by having these tiles, I can then figure out a way to link the chains together, top and bottom, so that it feels seamless. Also cool. Yeah, tile sets are fun once you get the hang of it, but hopefully that makes it a little bit easier to understand. And then if you would want to add another tile, you would click on don't modify existing tiles. I could then do this guy. That guy then ends up. If I want to then move this guy around, I could then just go to this guy here and, oh, hold on, make sure that's enabled. And now we have stamps. And if I want to modify this guy again, I can then just say undo that guy and then that. Tile sets are really cool. I should get Aseprite one day. You should. It's a good, I'd say it is a good investment, but if you don't want to pay for it, there are free alternatives as well. And as well as, I believe, an older version of Aseprite you can get too. Also, doesn't this look like a face? You got the eyes here, the little cat eyes, and oh boy, hold on. If I just do this, there we go. Do that there, and then that there. There you go. Does that make it a little bit easier to see why it looks like a face? But now I don't have that much to use for it. I see, but I'm sure it'll come eventually. Yeah. Usually time comes with things. There's a little face. He just looks suspicious. Also, I see a little nose here and then a little mouth here. How cute. We'll go ahead and undo all those guys here. And from there, now let's see about adding that tile idea. So how big, I think it depends now on how big we want to make the chains. We can make them cartoonishly large, or we can make them really small. For example, cartoonishly large in the sense of where, I guess it would be small, but the bear compared to this guy here. And Lemon Grab, is that you? Lemon Grab? Oh, is that from Adventure Time, or am I thinking of something else? Let's see here, save that guy. So now with our tile sets enabled, what I wanted to do was reduce the wall so I can see where the tiles end and begin. And then from there, do that there. And I want to start at the top here where we have the symmetry tool at, and I believe this is the center. Hold on, I think these two are the center actually. So this guy here would be our top and bottom. It is, but when you miss the nose, oh, I see, you're thinking of another lemon character. What was his name? Lemon Hope, I think. I just don't remember anyone else's name. Oh, no worries at all. It's been a second since I've seen that show, but I do remember the unacceptable guy. I attempt the voice, but his voice goes so high and it cracks, and my voice is not meant to go that high. Let me get some tea. Speaking of voice stuff, and maybe Lemon Hope? Yeah, maybe. That's the only one I can remember. There's also a Cable, too. Let me get some tea. Lovely, lovely. Tea has been acquired. Now, that we have this guy here, whenever we modify this guy, it'll show up in the other one. So, question I was saying before is, do we want to do an outline or do we not want to do an outline? We can start by having the outline and then kind of compare and contrast and see, get a good feel for how things are. So I'll go ahead and slide this guy up, move my reference so you can see it, and let me move. Actually, how can we do this? You need to be moved about here, and you get moved to there. Yeah, you're A-okay, lovely. So I'll grab two colors. We'll keep this guy as our main dark color for our outline, and we'll make this guy a little bit more on the silvery side. So I'll bump him up a little bit, keep him pale, and then we'll do lighter color here. So if we were, and actually, hold on, are you a right color? Do you feel like you blend into the wall? That's what I want to make sure about. Don't want you blending in. This guy kind of blends in, but maybe the outline can help us. It's very nice to see you again, but I do need to go. No worries at all, Ansia. Thanks for chatting. And do you need to get food? Yep. Plus, you inspired me a lot, and I might go make a tabletop RPG tile to write a murder mystery or something. Lovely. Glad to be of service. I hope you have a lovely time eating, and I hope you have a lovely time getting up to whatever it is else you get up to. And thank you for as well for lurking and chatting and spending some time. It's always nice to see familiar faces and names. So let's see here. If we were to do the chains, an idea we could do is to have the bottom, because the bottom, they need to have that idea of it linking, right? The straight line, round line, straight line, round line. That's what we were seeing. If I remove this guy, you can kind of see it here. It's the twisty turvy. And if you're gonna do rusty chain and can't make lines stretch, make rust darker in the middle and the whole. Those are words I don't understand, but I'm guessing they're terms for chains. And hi, is it Pudlo? Possibly, or Pudlo? Welcome into stream. I can certainly try again. And so many questions about the teddy bear and the shackles. Haven't you seen the cats that get arrested by police? They've done terrible things. Crimes you can't even imagine. They did the crime, now they're doing the time. So let's see here. I'm thinking possibly we can have this guy be the top chain, like that there. And then this guy also. So it kind of be a straight line across, I think. So this guy kind of links up through. And let's see here. But from there, if we do this guy, hold on, grab you, lower your opacity so I can see again where we're at with the whole idea of tiling. So this tile is the one I want to pay attention to since it's in the center. So an idea you might then do is say, okay, we want you to be long, but then do we make you a circle? So do we do something like this here? And then do we do something like that there? Nope, hold on. You would need to have your top. And you can see, this is where having that tile and never been here before, I'm so lost. Well, welcome in. Hold on, let me see if I can make things a little bit easier. I am a game developer, and the idea is that I'm a beginner game dev, so the hope is, week by week, I get better at all aspects of game development. So from programming games, to making games, to doing art for games. And in this case, once a week, I try my best to learn Pixelart as my medium of game. And what we do is we tackle different topics for Pixelart. In this case, I've never drawn dungeon stuff before, so all the stuff you see here is stuff I've made before. And what we've just finished doing about an hour or so ago is we learned how to draw spiderwebs. So now we're learning how to draw some shackles for our dungeon. This is an imaginary dungeon we're trying to do, and I'm glad you agree. And over the past few months, we've been adding to our little dungeony idea, like putting teddy bears in shackles. Well, hold on. This is just simply a reference image. I grab any image I can find that might be helpful. For example, we have spiderwebs here, and then we also have from beforehand the chest ones we've done. So I just grabbed ones, and this was the one I could find of the circle thingy on the wall. Don't worry, no teddy bears will be harmed, I assure you. Let's see here. So scrolling back in, for this guy here, we're going to... No, not at all. I am telling you right now, the thing that is happening is that I'm guessing the teddy bear is a criminal, if I had to guess. However, it could also be a prisoner too. It depends. I don't know anything about this teddy bear. A teddy bear did some evil things. I'm telling you, it's always the innocent ones that you can't trust. Let's see. So I'll make a pattern like this, possibly, and then maybe we can separate it by 3 on this side, separate it by 3 on this side, separate it again on here. Then we have that separation guy. So possibly we can do something like that there. It kind of looks like a chain, kind of not. We might have to stretch it out a little bit more. And this teddy bear here is here to help you practice drawing as reference. Yep. It's like art schools have humans who pose as models. Oh, that's adorable. Let's see here. So maybe we merge the sky into one. Maybe we bring that line, or no, we need to bring that line down because at the very bottom, I'd like it to look like this. The very bottom of the chain should be that. So it's everything that comes afterwards. So this guy can't be touched and the top can't be touched. So it could be a case of, let's see, making you 3 like that there and that there, but still not quite what we're looking for. The teddy is on probation. It thought it was, hold on. It's through with its life of crime. It's going clean. Oh boy, let's see here. We have you here, and I'm guessing you get filled up. I'm guessing you don't get filled up. I see, okay. So 1, 2, maybe 3 up here. 3 on this guy here. And, oh, this is tricky. This is super duper tricky. Hold on. Okay, so this is what we have to work with right now. Our chains might have to be different separations. And sorry you had a long day. Spelling is secondary to speed. No worries at all. I wholeheartedly understand. Sometimes, as I just did it now, I understand. My mind thinks faster than my mouth, and then my words get slurred very quickly. But no worries at all, no worries at all. Let's see here. So this is our bottom of the chain. That's the very bottom. So the question is, maybe we separate them by 2. So if I did 3 here, and separated by another 2, separated by another 2, nope, that wouldn't work. So maybe we make this guy a little bit smaller. No, we will need to make it a little bit smaller on this side of things. So circular could work, possibly. Then you separate it by 2, do that guy there, right? And then you would separate, oh no, it would need to be separated by 3 to feel nicer, I think. So something like that, I think might work out a little bit better. Something there to make it seem like it's sideways. And then you would separate it by another 2, possibly here, and that's 3 though. So it's really just gonna come down to a little bit of math to figure out what needs to go where. This little guy here is 4 tall, so we would need another 4 tall going up here. So another 4, so 1, 2, 3, 4. And then that's where another chain would take place. So about there and there. That doesn't feel right. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, because that's on the other side. And then we have another 1, 2, 3, 4. So this guy here would be our center guy about there-ish. That guy would be there, and you would go there, and then we'd get another 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'll go ahead and remove this guy here. So then we have 1. That wouldn't work either. Okay. So possibly what we can do is maybe make it like this, and then add a little bit here and add a little bit here. And now, possibly, maybe now it has the chain idea. It's not quite even, but I'm hoping it feels chain-like enough to feel okay. This is it without the outline though, so if I just bump our opacity up again, you can see it's a little bit difficult to tell that there is a chain there. We could add highlights to it too, but just as a default, it's having a hard time showing itself. So maybe another thing we can also do, or also try, is we grab this guy, we can make it darker, which would add a feel of a pop color to it. So something like this. And now if we zoom out, right, you can clearly see the chains as opposed to this before where they blended in. So if we want it to pop out a little bit more, just adding a darker color can up the contrast. So now you can see, when I zoom out, I can see the line beforehand. So if I do this and then do this, not as pop out. So just changing the contrast or making the color, if I can, making it darker can help in that aspect. And I think, you know, we'll go with that. Is there one other way we can try it before we continue on? Let's give it a go. So what I'll do is, again, I'll hide this guy just so you can see. And I will move, actually, we'll grab you here. And I can just slide our little tile guy here. And I'll move him up to, you can go up there. Is that fine? Yeah, you're fine going up there. And we'll move him over here. There we are. You can see little chains going along. That is quite neat, I can say. That's quite cute. And from there, let's see. Re-enable this wall here. And now what I'll do is I can grab this tile. So I can click on this one here. And I can click, don't modify existing tiles. So if I click that guy there, once I modify this tile, it's going to add a new tiley guy. And what I'm thinking is, let's see about the other idea of having another guy. And just to make things easier, I'll do completely black as our outline. But what I want to try to do is see if we can do one with and one without outlines. This would be an idea for without outlines. What would happen if we did one with outlines? So if I add a dot there, you can see now there's a new tile added. And if I click this guy, I can then, if this guy is enabled, so, oh, hold on, you can't see. If this guy is highlighted, that means I have the brush tool. So if I click B, I should be able to select it. I'll then just paint that on there. And now we can go back into our, modify existing tiles. And the hope is that this guy is a new tile, so it should only modify this guy. So if I do this, it only modifies that guy, which is what we want. And now what I wanted to try doing is think about just maybe adding an outline of some sorts to see how that plays into field, because it doesn't need to be a thing, but I'm quite curious to see if it can help a little bit. So what we'll do is I'll grab you here, and we'll start off by just adding an outline, I think, to what we already have and see where we go from there. We'll start off by doing this here, 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 and also do it on the other side as well. But now that I'm looking at it, maybe it's a little bit too thick and it might not be needed. That's the thing too, is with the outline, I'm not seeing it being as handy as I thought it might be. And this tile as well is, well, I guess it makes sense that the bottom wouldn't be highlighted, but the inside might be highlighted as well. In that case, it doesn't have that see-through feel. And that might be like a really thick, hard chain. If I maybe change the color a little bit so it's not as painful. Maybe if I just go down a little bit more, down to the right a little bit more, so it's not as dark, but possibly just needs to be darker too. Something like that there. Yeah. I'm quite liking the guy on our left. There's no outline, but I think it gets the idea of a chain across compared to maybe doing some sort of other guy. So we'll stick to these little rings as our chain. I think they're acceptable. I think they serve the purpose that we want them to. So next up is going to be to add the other parts we were talking about. So adding this little guy here at the top and this little shackle guy here as well. And another thing I want to see is maybe we can, well, I don't know if we'll have time to, but I would like to see about maybe adding another bottom piece, a bottom set, so that we can have the chains coming out and maybe have some people captured or something of the sorts. So go ahead, I'll click on our guy up here to make sure, let me hide this guy. I'm clicking this guy to make sure I have the, what is it called? Like the paintbrush, the brush tool selected, making sure it's this guy here, and now we can paint. And what I'll do is I'll add this guy here, and now we just need to add the tiling of this guy above. And oh, you can't see, hold on. Now we just need to add this guy above and this guy below, and then we should be good to go. So I'll go ahead and let's see here, scroll in. Now, we can see a few of them. One of them has it coming out as a loop. We can also see it's a little bit of a box, which is interesting to see. We can also see, let's see, a big loop going on here. And holes are surprisingly distinctive features of chains. What I mean is that I'm sure if you paint / take a chain and remove the holes, it suddenly doesn't look like a chain anymore, but I could be wrong. I get what you mean. Do you mean for the thicker chains, Ansia? If I had to guess, that's why the holes didn't feel right compared to the other ones? I could see it being the case, yeah. I'm super excited to see how people do chains in Pixelart when we do take a look at it. Right now, I'm just doing this off of what I would do if I didn't have any references to look at. So I'm curious to see, because I added everything already to the sheet, but I haven't seen it in a second, and the hope is that we get inspiration instead of trying one-to-one immediately. So what I'll do next is, let's see. I can also say, because mine is circular, they're more on the cartoonish side than the long ones here, as well as the color. The color isn't silver, it's more of a dark brown. Oh, yeah, it's more of a dark blue. So if I go back up here, I'm thinking maybe we can have this sort of plated guy feel to it. It could be fun. And I love doing procedures and procedures UI and Unity. I'm playing Hot Potato with no references. Oh, you poor soul. I hope the pain ends quickly and swiftly. I hope you're able to figure it out very soon. You understood me correctly, I think? I see, just admitting in theory. I see, got ya. That makes sense, yeah. By covering up the holes with a different color, it doesn't feel like a chain anymore. I can certainly see that idea, yeah. It could be the reason why. I was hoping, or maybe it's the case that if I do... Internet dropped. Are we good? We're connected again. Or did things buffer for a second? Hold on, let's see, double checking. Let's see here. Now, here I thought I fixed the internet issues. Didn't notice anything weird. Okay, we're good. Okay, maybe it's just on YouTube. Weird. Okay, that's good. That's good to know. It said for a second no BS dropped, but I'm glad to know we are good to go and back. So thank you for letting me know. I was saying that I think if change were to be done, it would have to be something like, let's see, the circle first, right? This here. But because we want the center, it would instead have to be even bigger because we want that outline. So it would have to be something like this here. Oh, hold on. And links stretch at the same rate along the chain, but would rest in the place where the chain bunches up. Huh. Chain would bunch up. I think I understand what you're saying. Yeah. I'd love to do, well, I believe we've done a rusted metal study before, but I feel like adding rust could be a fun thing to do. But I'm not sure if we can do it at the size of Pixelart that we have. That's my only concern. But we can certainly give it a shot too. If I do this guy here, we do this guy here, this could be a bigger chain. Having that center piece does make it bigger, but I think something like this would be able to help. It also let me remove the corners, since I don't think the corners make it less sharp, or sharp. So maybe we could do that there, that, nope, never mind, not that there, that there, that there. But something like this might work instead, where there is a center portion. It's just the issues of the chain needs to be legible. And for the chain to be legible, that's the tricky part. Where this guy here, and it would be like, maybe this guy here. But having the chains look like this, I feel like that would be a simple chain to look at. And then you would have this guy here, and then you would have another chain. Something like this, just a small design where it's not too much. So I'll be excited to see how they handle outlines. And hamburger. Hi. Oh, Spanish casa dish. Welcome back into stream. Hamburger. welcome in. Let's see. So I'll go ahead and erase this guy. I'll erase this guy. And for what we have at the moment, I'll also go ahead and delete this layer here. And we are trying to see if we can add a little bit of a guy up here that looks like this. Something that looks like it has possible screws in it. So if we're going back to this layer here and I slide over, we just want to make sure we add on this layer here. And we don't modify existing layers. I should be able to then just make my own layer here and then only click manual modify existing layers. So this layer should be the only layer modified, which is good to go. And with all of that said, let me slide you back over to here. And I don't know if you remember, because I really come in, but I am in fact following and do say hamburger each time. I do indeed. I have picked that up. It's easier for me to remember if it's something silly like hamburger. Very fun. And each time I gracefully appear in this interactive film. Well, welcome in, and I do appreciate your graceful contribution. Hamburger. Let's see here. I'll go for our symmetry tool. I'll zoom out a little bit, zoom in a little bit here, and let's see about our little chain guy. I'm thinking, and I'm quite a dapper fellow. I see. I'd expect nonetheless from hamburger. Let's see. We'll add in another chain for this guy here. I think could be fine. So something like this. Oh, hold on. That's too big. Something here. So it just kind of blends in with everything else. And then we need that back metal plating. So I'm gonna guess maybe what we can do is do something like that there. And then the plating. So something along the lines of maybe we can do, let's see. Maybe move that up here so it's a little bit up higher. And that way it can cut through the center here. Maybe a little bit not that there. And then we can have the plating. Oh, hold on. Plating here. And makes sense. It's easier to remember by a catchphrase. Yeah. Catchphrases make things a lot less painful than they might be otherwise. So something like that there for maybe the top of it. Or maybe we go longer. We do still have some room in our square space. But I'm thinking maybe that to show off the big one here. Or maybe we do something a little bit different too. But we have possibilities. We still have a little bit of choice here. We also have going for like a big loop circle on another loop circle. That is an idea too. You can also see here where it is a circle wrapped around. So what I'm thinking is, let's add a little bit of maybe silver for the other portions. So I'll go up here, I'll go a little bit brighter. And actually maybe even a little bit brighter so that we can tell what's going on at the moment. And this will be our plating guy that goes behind. So this guy goes back here. And if I enable the tile map, you should be able to see. That's not too bad, truth be told. It blends in, but I think it blends in just enough to not be too out there, and the chains still feel okay. I'm quite fine with that. I think as just the plating itself, it's good to go. I like that. We're also going to need a darker color though for the wraparound. So I'm gonna think maybe we can do this guy here. We'll go back to our chains, and then maybe we can have this guy kind of wrap around. So maybe bring that guy too, and then, oh, hold on, I did the wrong color. We were going down here and to the right a little bit, and then possibly we're doing a bit of a wraparound guy. So possibly we can do something like this here, maybe in something like that there, maybe move around back there, and actually it would come around that way there, and also might move around a little bit. And I'm currently making a goofy D&D style book for my own goofy little idea on a game, and every race name is just some goofy name like Frogget, Fischler, Cactor, and Birdo. Yeah, I can easily. Oh, it sounds adorable. Silly names are always my favorite when you can get a little bit of silliness in. I think it makes for a funner experience, and I heard D&D, what's going on? And hi, Clippy Shelwyn, welcome into stream. And what's crazy, a lot just earlier, like 20 minutes ago, I was like, oh, I need to learn Pixelart, and here we are. Wow, welcome in. You're in the right place. I certainly assure you. I have a slight clue on what I'm doing, but the hope is that I stream myself learning Pixelart so that all of you can also learn Pixelart too. It's a collaborative effort for all of us to get a little bit better here and there. But welcome in. Today we are doing dungeon tile assets. We already finished doing some spider webs. Now we're working on seeing if we can learn how to do some chains. So all in all, just a little bit of fun here and there. So let's see. This guy would wrap around is the thing. And maybe that's why it doesn't feel as right. You know what? Before clicking on it, I thought breathe was just sound redeemed to remind ears to breathe. It is breathe. And there's like a town called Toad Town, which is actually built in Curse Rock, rotates, depending on where the sun is, but the people found out where it was too late. Interesting plot line. And it looks better because it's not circular. Interesting. Do you mean this? This looks better because it's not circular? Or what do you mean exactly? This top guy here? Or could you elaborate a little bit? Let's see here. If I possibly also do maybe a darker color for this area here, that also might make it feel like it's not as, let's see, possibly like that there for a darker down guy. I'm guessing maybe what we'd have to do is move this guy a little bit in, move this guy a little bit down, move this guy downward in as well, and make it look like it's going over. Something like that instead might make it look better. And if I scroll out here, yeah, I definitely think that looks better. I do like that more. And then maybe what we can do as well is add a highlight for this guy up here. So we'll just go up a little bit, go to the right a little bit, and up a little bit more. Let's see, possibly a highlight up here to show off the lighting on the chains, but maybe you can even add a little bit down here to show a kind of sort of buttonish feel, buttonish style, where the bottom is darker, the top is lighter, the bottom is darker, to give that sort of feel. And if I zoom out, I do quite like that. I do think it's working out well. If we do this here, the issue is the bottom does blend in. So maybe we make it just a little bit darker, that way it doesn't blend in as much. So maybe if we go down here a little bit more and go back there, now that definitely blends in. If anything, maybe this is the right amount of darkness, because this center here is just light enough. So possibly, and hi Dusky, is it Poyan possibly? Or Poyan possibly. I can try again. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but welcome in, and thank you for the follow. And my next message will be like the script I wrote for it. I'll have to hold you there. Because we're working on this right now, it's a little bit hard to divide my attention between story and things like that. So while I do appreciate your excitement for it, if you'd like to share more about it, you can send it on the Discord, Discord. There you go. If you'd like to share more about it, as it does sound interesting. It's just, I'm trying to focus on the chains, so story and chains makes it a little bit, but my mind can only think simple. Think chains, easy, good. Job well done. Oh boy, let's see here. And hello everyone, and biggest greetings from Poland. I don't think we've had anyone from Poland before. Definitely understandable. Thank you. And welcome from Poland. I'm sure that I butchered that name quite properly. But welcome in, and again, thank you for the follow. And circular chains are fragile. I see. Well, in this case, maybe we want fragile in the sense of for the feel we're going for. Since these chains are meant to hold adults, they're meant to hold children, since the children are the ones that are being kept. And they're ghosts too, so they're meant to be, I guess, magical chains that hold ghost children to one spot. So let's see here. I'm wondering if it's worth it to make this a little bit darker. Possibly. Okay, that's way too dark. Never mind. I think this dark color is just right. We'll keep it. I think it's okay. Saying that though, another thing we can do is, let's see. You can see there's a little bit of a highlight on the chain too, and on the side. So maybe we can do that as well. Oh, hold on. Undo that guy there. Do this guy here. A highlight on the side, do you think? No, I think the top, because we're doing top down, right? And this top down is already the top down feature. If anything, I would want to remove this bottom guy because it's not top down. So this guy will possibly get removed, which might feel better. We'll do that instead. I think that's fairer. And then from there, we're going to need the whole highlight idea, which we were talking about before. And if we're looking at some of these chains, they've got different textures depending on the type of chains they are. And actually, let's also move this guy up by one. Hold on, like this here, and that there, like that. And maybe we can add some sort of screws or something, or bolts. I don't know. We'll see. If I do, let's see, maybe a color here, bolt there, bolt there, bolt there, bolt there. Maybe a different color, but I think it's possible. Maybe move this guy up a little bit more to, let's see, you up here, and then do you here, you here. How does that feel? I feel like it could be fun to add bolts to our guy. I quite like it. I think it can work and serve its purpose. Then maybe we might have to move this guy one down more. If we check our 16 by 16, there is still space we can add, which is good news. But I'm thinking it might need to go up a little bit more possibly. Or maybe this guy, we don't do bolts. That could also be a thing too. As long as the lore makes sense, it's okay. I see, yeah. I love learning the realistic reasons behind things because it's a thing of, I don't know much much about metal. So learning the idea of metal stretching, I didn't even think to consider, or the idea of drawing rusted metal too for the dungeon. That's a great idea, especially since we're dealing with a wet environment, since it's supposed to be underneath a wishing well. So having rusted metal is a great idea and a great suggestion. I just don't know if I have the ability to execute said wonderful idea, so I do appreciate it. Let's see here. Slide it back down there, about like that there. Yeah, there. That makes a little bit more sense. We'll go back up to here, and yeah, you know what? Without the dots. I think without the dots is fine. We just need a highlight for this guy, so I'll go ahead, go up here, go up to the right a little bit, and possibly we can have, let's see, up a little bit more, and have a little bit of a highlight here. Maybe then we can also make this guy a little bit darker here. Maybe also do a little bit darker here, a little bit darker there, for a little bit of a highlight, but it doesn't feel like a highlight. I can see it being a highlight in some cases. And this guy here is going to need a highlight too, so we can go ahead and up this guy here. We can go ahead and slide this guy over as well. And this guy should possibly get a highlight. Maybe like that? Maybe. To check and see how we're holding up, what I'll do is actually, yeah, okay, we'll do that. If I grab this, let's see, this guy here, I'm going to make another set of chains because I don't know how I want to do the highlights quite yet. So what we'll do is we will do don't modify existing tiles. That should allow me to, ooh, hold on. These tiles might not work the way I think they will. Maybe something like that. And then now we grab our modified tiles. This guy right here. Yep, that guy right there. We'll also grab that guy right there, put it down there. And then we'll go back to modify existing tiles. So now this guy, this chain here should be different than the left chain. They're different now. So maybe instead what we do is do something like this, where at the top it's highlighted, something like that there. That could work, possibly. And then maybe we can do everything to the left a little bit is highlighted as well. Something like that. Does it feel like the chains are working out well, left versus right? Truth be told, I quite like the dark chains. It didn't have a lot of texture, but I liked it. And for what it is at the moment, I think the left looks nicer than the right. So we'll keep our left, and what we'll do now is, since the, oh yeah, I was about to say, since the ads are about to do their thing, we'll stick with what we have, and we'll look at some actual Pixelart that has some chains. So we'll take a look, once the ads are up, at some of these chain guys here. Lots of references we can look at to see how specifically they do chains. It's a lot different than mine. I can just see it right now. So we'll have the ads run, that way we don't get interrupted later, and we'll do the thing. And in the meantime, what we'll do while they're doing their thing there is we'll do some stretching. So we'll start off by going to the right a little bit. Then we'll go to the left a little bit. And then we'll go back a little bit. Then we'll go to the front a little bit. And then we'll move our head to the right a little bit. And then we'll move our head to the left a little bit. And then we'll move our head to the front a little bit. And then we'll move it back a little bit. Alrighty, that's us stressed out. Did I see you from Poland too? Oh, you're both from Poland? I say, well, welcome in the both of you from Poland. It's always neat to see new people from new places, so it's quite lovely. Let me get some tea here. Lovely. Tea has been acquired. Now let me do the same with a little bit of water. And then I think we'll be back and we can continue as, yeah, I'm just looking at these at a glance. Some of them are like mine, some of them are not. But I do think it's just always so neat to look at the differences and similarities and things of that nature and see if we can, anything we can look at and think to ourselves, yeah, I like that idea, let's use it. Let me get some water. Lovely. Water done, stretching done. We should be a-okay and good to go. So let's see here. We have about an hour-ish left. I think we'll almost be done with the chains, depending on how long this takes. And I think the chains are going to be another probably 30-ish minutes if I had to guess, which shouldn't be too bad. And from there, we then have to just do the torch. Torch itself, whether it takes 30 minutes, I'm not quite too sure, but I don't mind also going a little bit over if need be, so I'm okay with doing that too. So I think we'll be able to do all three things that we're set up to do today, which is great news. I'm happy to hear it as well. So, oh, I just realized as well, we didn't do the bottom part. So we will also cover the shackle, because I think that's what those things are called. little hook guy at the very bottom. Yeah. Oh, it also looks like it goes on a spot too, which is interesting. Huh. Yeah. For now, we'll make the big focus the chain. And if we have enough time, we can also come back. But I want to see if we can get through all 3, just because that was the goal, wasn't it? To see if we could. And I'm hoping. I think it's possible. We just have to use our time efficiently and effectively, and everything will fall into place. Fingers crossed. Knock on wood. That too. Very important. Super duper important. With all that said, though, let me go ahead and subtract you here. That is no longer needed. And I'll go ahead and as well copy my chains. And I forgot to ask, did you play once until then? The name sounds familiar. Until then. Oh, no, I did not. Were you the one that recommended it? I did put it on my wish list, but I have not played it. Nope. But it is on my wish list. I certainly believe so. Let's see. Yeah, the name does ring a bell. Indeedy. Yeah. Oh, no, there is a demo. Might have to check it out sooner. But yeah, I do have it written down. Don't you worry there. Welcome back from the ad breaks, though. Shall we continue? So, what we're going to do now is we're going to copy these chains here. We're going to paste my chains, grab where the chains are, these little guys here, and then we're going to compare and contrast to see how these chains compare to the ones in different video games. So I'll go ahead and move this guy here. We'll move this back to being a tile map here. Lovely. And if it's in the dungeon, the chain holder should rust and bolts a little. Yeah, I'm hoping we can figure out how to do the rusting. Yes, we've done a metal study before, and we've also done some metal rusting, but for how small the Pixelart is, I'm not quite sure how to do the rusting part. So I'm hoping this will answer the question. And the stream has been off the chain. Terrible! Horrible, I say! Clever, but horrible. Alrighty then, let's go through these games, shall we? Let's see here. First off, we have chains on his wrist from River City Girls. That's the game right here. Then we also have some chains from the game Ragnarok Online. That's these chains. And right off the bat, what I'm noticing is these chains at least 2 colors, and they're kind of blocky. They're blocky chunks, which is interesting. For this Ragnarok game, they're a singular color, and then the shackle itself has a little bit of highlighting, which is interesting to note. So singular color, but when we go to this guy gets a little fancy, doesn't he? We scroll him a little bit. He has a lot of colors going on, doesn't he? Let's see if we can break it down really quickly. So if I do hold on, I've been scrolled all the way over to the side. Okay, here we are. So the way these chains work is a little bit differently. What we're seeing is we have this chain shape. So I think it's this shape here. We have a chain shape, and then we have the shading. So the shading is on the bottom left. So something like this here, bottom left, and shading kind of goes like here and here. Shading kind of goes like that. And then from this bottom shading, there's also a bit of highlight on the sides here. And then there's also a little bit of darkness on some corner edges too. And you also have the shiny highlight too. So there is a method to the madness. And it also just seems to be the case of the chains overlap each other as well. And I know it's dedicated. I recommended it until then. It's so lovely. I see. You're going to need a lot of tissues. Oh, I don't like tissue games. I can certainly say that for sure. I don't like sad games. I can't handle sad games. My emotions don't like them, and my eyes don't like them anymore. And welcome in, Pixeliana. Welcome into stream as well. Hold your horses. Shout out and do at Pixeliana. There you are. If you'd like to watch another streamer who does pixel art and does some pixel art drawings, consider checking her out as well. Her art is lovely. And this, of course, impressive, inspiring. Thanks for showing all of this. Remember, keep in mind, if you just joined, none of this is mine. I repeat, none of it's mine. And hi, Agape. Welcome into stream. Welcome back in. You can see, this is from a game called Ragnarok Online. You want my lovely pixel art chains? Here you go. Aren't they beautiful? Sometimes it lies in the simplicity. What we're doing, though, is we're trying to see how do they manage to put so much texture and lighting into their chains, and how can I add a little bit of pop to my chain as it gets the job done? You know, it is a chain. You can certainly say, you know, if I were to show this to you, you'd say, yes, indeed, that is a chain, indubitably. But look at that chain. It's fancy. And my goal is to understand why fancy, how fancy. And something I'm noticing is it's that styling idea, or there's some outline, but there's also not some outline. For example, if I go to my guy here, and I'm going to convert you into a layer instead. I'm going to copy this guy, move you over here to go with something similar to this style here. you can also see the chains don't have that twist idea I had. They're just back to back. So to do something like this, what you might do is first I might grab our first color here. We might up the sky a little bit here, move them a little bit brighter. So it's more so, hold on, we do the sky here. It's this color instead for our lighter color, and then we have a darker color. Actually, let me move the sky here so we can see things a little bit clearer. Where are we at? I'm lost. Oh no. Oh, I found it. Okay, we're good. We're good. Oh, no, wrong guy. We are here. There we are. We are currently our destination right there. And what kind of game are you making right now? Hi, Nicholas Patton. Is that how you say it? I can certainly try again, but welcome in. And currently at the moment, no game. I am, well, today is not a game, but I'm currently in the process of making a rhythm typing cafe game. If you'd like to check that out, I can certainly do. Let's see, exclamation CROTYPE. What we're doing today, though, is you could call it maybe concept art for an idea of a game. We're not actually doing any coding. But it is that every so often we add to this tile set, and you can see there's some monsters here, there's a main character, there's some tiles, and we just finished doing some spider webs, and now we're trying to see if we can add some chains to our dungeon. So no game, and you can call me Nick. Yes, indeedy. I see. I will take you on that opportunity then, as I do butcher names quite often. But the help is just, we're adding to an idea of a game, not actually making a game. And thanks so much, of course. And let's see, it's correct. You can call me, I did read that. And high dimension is movement. Could you elaborate a little bit on what you mean, Dave? I think your link seems to be a bit too round, or was that intentional? Yes, it was intentional. It is circular. It's meaning to be circular. And hydrate, sure.
Just redeemed hydrate.
Hold on. Yes, indeedy, though. That was intentional. Because of the way the tile maps were working, it's even for now. You can see here, if I lower the sky, the pattern repeats when it's this length. So if I wanted to make it longer, it's gonna need to, I might need to modify it a little bit. And I love the creation of energetic people, and I saw that you're creating great masterpieces. I do agree. Yeah, I do agree. Let me go ahead, move this back up. So to try to get better, to imitate the style, what are things we can try to do? We can add that shading idea, right? So possibly what we can do, and let me move this guy here as well, since you are supposed to be a tile map. We'll do this here, paste this here, possibly like that there. You would add in maybe line here, line here, line here, here, hold on, here and here. And as well, the issue is we can't add a line at the bottom, but maybe that's for the best. Next up, and before I do that too, let me also grab this guy here so you can compare and contrast the differences we're doing. And I know a music making program that's free if you want if you want your project's music to have a retro-like feel. Oh, you know what? Feel free to share away. I do know I have exclamation music GS. I do have some programs on there that I've used before for music, but I am always open to recommendations for checking out programs to use. As the more free stuff that we're able to use, I think it's easier. It's that opportunity sort of thing. Let's see here. Remove that there. And that's so kind of you to say. Indeedy. It's called Furnace. I see. Hold on. Music software. Music. MUSIC music software. Furnace. I will add that. Thank you for the recommendation. And hi, Millsy. Hi. I recently started working on top-down pixel art and used your character sprite template. Well, lovely. And it was really helpful. Thank you. Well, thank you for using it. You're doing what I had hoped people would do. So really, thank you to you. As I'm glad to hear people are enjoying it. And best of luck with your top-down as well. As I'm finding out very quickly, it's tricky. It certainly is. If characters were pain, this itself is even a little bit more painful. So best of luck to you too, and thank you for finding me. So let's see. I'm thinking then we can add our layer to our back layer that we have going on here. And so far, what do you think? Does it feel any different compared to what we had before? The link definitely feels thicker. I don't know if I quite like it, truth be told. I think a compromise might be in order, where instead, and I might have to move these guys around a little bit. I'm sorry to disturb, no worries at all. In your opinion about the last shared art, but after stream, not now. Of course. Feel free to at me and I can take a look at it when I get some time. And it gives a bit of a 3D-ish feel. Yeah, I think it gives a little bit too 3D-ish. We do want 3D. 3D is nice. It's not a bad thing. However, it feels too thick. So I think maybe a good compromise is adding something like this, where there's a little bit in, well, no, hold on. Now it's too 3D still. Never mind, I take it back. Yeah, now this side feels too blank. I can certainly say, maybe we can do something like this here, where we're taking the bottom portion. I just think something's off about it. It feels like there needs to be extra detail for it to feel right. And maybe adding a highlight will help with the thickness. Maybe. We can certainly try. As I thought, removing one side would be helpful. No, that feels worse, I think. But adding a highlight, sure. Let's give it a go. So let's copy, paste. And next up was adding a sort of, let's see, you had a single color, and then you had a highlight at the bottom and a really bright highlight at the top. So let's see. We'll go back to this guy here. We'll take a lighter highlight, so something like maybe up here, move it up here. And hi Digex, welcome in this stream, welcome in. And circle chains, I'm realizing circle chains might be a bit of a pain. I am starting to feel that pain, and it's a thing of you don't know until you try. So I think I might invest in trying to see about another shape too. And what's going on? Nothing much. Right now, we're working on some studies, and we're trying to see about modifying this Pixelart chain here to see if we can make it feel better, as this is how the chain I came up with on my own. So now we're comparing and contrasting from Pixelart in games. Right now, we're looking at some Ragnarok Online pixel art, specifically their chains on this crazy guy here. And we're seeing if there's anything we can look at and compare and contrast and see, okay, I like this thing. Can we possibly add it to our art to improve it? And what I'm realizing is that answer to that question is nah, maybe not. Maybe not. Some things just aren't meant to be, is what I think I'm starting to realize. You know, that's okay. It's always okay. It's just a thing of, no, you know, last try, last test, let's put it on the wall. If not, maybe we really do just have to modify the guy. Yeah, it's not bad when you put it on the wall, but I don't know how I feel about the chain. Maybe it's the highlight being a little bit too bright is the issue. And is this for a game? Nope, not at all. You can consider it for an idea of a game in the sense of it's a theme of a waterfall, or not waterfall. It is a well dungeon. So over the months, what we've been doing is we've been just adding to it. It's not ever going to be a game, maybe in the future, but as it stands, this is just a theme to draw pixel art off of. So for example, drawing and learning how to do tile sets, learning how to draw monsters we've done before, main character, we've drawn a ghost before, and we've also just earlier today did spiderweb. So it's just a way to get more into. We've also done chest and door. So it's a way to do more. Hobbies artist, I'm going to program, but after finishing my work, I love to develop my hobbies. Sometimes I do pixel art, sometimes I do traditional art, other times I try creating my own game using Godot. I see. And I love to develop myself because we have so many passions. Yeah, I do agree. So think of, there's so much to do, so little time. This guy is kind of growing on me, just a little bit. Let's try as well the idea of it not being circle. Maybe that's the issue here. I'm not opposed to that idea. So what we'll do is we'll go back to our chains guy. Let's try to make a circle and maybe adding a slight shadow to separate the chain from the wall. That might help with standing out a bit. Could you elaborate a little bit on what you mean? Do you mean adding a shadow here-ish or what exactly? Do you mean like something maybe low in opacity? So something like this here, that there, something like that there to show what's different? Or could you elaborate a little bit? I'm quite curious. Let's see. I want to grab our chains guy, do a new chain here, grab you here, and we'll do you there. And then from there, we'll just grab this guy here. Make sure you are painted on the other guy. So I should be able to just click on this guy here and do you there. And let's see if we can do one that's not circle, since circle does, I'm starting to feel the pain of circle. And before we do that too, are there any oh, look at that one. This one's quite interesting. And maybe a spike chain. Ooh, spikes might be a little bit too hard to do on the sizing we have. Look at this. What is it? I think this is from Deltarune. Let's see. Is it Deltarune? Yes, it's Deltarune. Look at the chain from Deltarune. That's quite nice. It gets away with the outline while also doing other things too. And I think it works. The idea of it having that chain feel, that's quite nice. I like that idea. It's the idea of having, let's see, if I click on this guy here, you have still your circle. This is, I wouldn't call this circle. This is circle. It's long and slender. I'll give it that. But you have that guy, and then you have the separate three. So the 1, 2, 3. This is the idea I had initially. I just didn't know how to execute it. And then you'd have the guy up here. You have this guy down here, this guy down here. You'd have another 1, 2, 3. Then you have another guy here down there then. And exactly on the opposite side of the highlight. lower the opacity could work too. I'm curious if it's going to help. I like to experiment when I work on my pieces. Yep, 100%. That's what today's all about. Just trying things and seeing where it goes. And you're not at all annoying. Don't you worry at all. And that's the hope of it's supposed to be fun, and it's supposed to be a thing of this is a sandbox. We can do whatever we want, whatever we want. If we want to stop, we can stop. If we want to go, we can go. If we want to turn these colors, turn the chains pink, we can do that. Nothing's stopping us but our own imagination and our limitation of imagination. You're just not thinking creatively enough. But not at all. Let's give it a go. Let's see here. So you're saying if I do, let's see, you are, what layer are you? You are that layer. Yeah, okay. I'm doing a new layer here. And I'll just quickly, and after then, we ban nothing is too annoying. You know, the thing is, I can't blame you, but I'm going to blame you. How dare you make me suffer, I say. I have an infinite appreciation for solo devs. I can't do that. I'm really creating art. Coding is too much. Oh boy, coding, I can certainly say, is a fun and enjoyable thing, but it does get painful at times. Like anything truly, but I do understand your pain. From here, I'm going to lower the opacity. So possibly we can also do maybe like a multiply layer, make it a little bit darker. And ooh, look at that. That's quite nice. Maybe we can add it here as well, possibly. But that definitely makes the chain stand out more. I can say that for certain. Now, the issue is it's too dark to be, it blends in too much. But the idea behind it, I quite like a lot. And I'm just using the system. I understand that, you know, just because you can doesn't mean you should. Let's see here. I'll leave this up here because I do like it. I think the colors might need to be changed, but I do like the shade. And I have a suggestion for a monster, a slime. Funny you say that. A slime you shall have. Look at him. There you go, Jijex. We did a monster study before, and when we did the monster study, we did a skeleton, a zombie, and a little slime guy. So there you go. Done and done. And so cute, thank you. It was a lot of fun trying to learn how to draw slimes. So on here, let's see here. Let's see. We have this color, and then we have that dark color that we had. And the idea is that on the sides that are opposite, so we have the darker color here, we do this color because it is shaded, which I understand. I see. And it's 2. It's 2, 2. Oh, okay, 2. So it would be 2 here, and then you would move it up here. No, 2's correct. 2 here, and then it would be 2 here, like that. 2 here, and then a little bit of a bump. And then you would have your dark outline. So we'll just use black for now. So the idea, I do like this. It's interesting to note. The idea of the chain alternating, I like how chunky it feels. I like that feeling. Let's see, slide this guy over a little bit and do this guy here. So let's see. And when it has that circle, that's when you do also the dark color. So in the sky here, my issue is maybe it's just too dark. You can see we have this light blue and then we have a darker, oh, it's actually a yellow. Interesting, or you could say it's yellowish green. And for mine, that's not the case at all. We have a blue and we have a darker blue. So maybe we need to go get a little bit more creative on it. Maybe we need to grab this color here. Then we go a little bit, let's see, darker. We just slide over here. So maybe instead, never mind, not that direction. Let's make you maybe a little bit brighter, maybe a little bit more up here. And then we can move you to this guy here. So a little bit brighter on the side. And then we can make you a little bit, oh, hold on. Something like that, possibly. And then next up, it would be a darker color. So just double checking this guy again. So we have our normal color and then our darker color. It shifts over to more of the gray portion. So we grab this color. It's going to be this guy shifting over to this left really. Or so like this. And it's going to be brighter. So maybe we go to the left a lot over here. So then that color would actually be more so this color, which feels a little bit more appropriate. Something like that, I think, a little bit more. And then it would be the outline color. So let's see here. From there, you would just grab the outlines. And these guys have a dot in between. So I'm guessing it's more so this guy would go here and this guy would go down here. So something, oh, hold on. Something like this here. And then from there, you would have the outline. And for our outline, we can just grab the black we have here. And then the outline would just be this guy here. Let's see. And then I'm guessing it would just be something like that. Yeah, I quite like the way they do the chain idea. They get across what I was hoping to accomplish, but they do it with shading. And I think the problem with that reference is that you remove the chunky top top and bottom parts, you couldn't really tell it was a chain. Do you mean this reference here, or do you mean this reference here? Could you elaborate a little bit on what you're saying exactly? Let's see here. You there, and the first one. I see. The first one. So this guy here is the issue, or do you mean, oh no, I'm getting confused. And my memory is fleeting. Oh no. Let's see. Okay. The problem with the reference is that you remove the chunky top. Do you mean this part here, the chunky top and the bottom chunky top? My hope is that the chains will be able to stand on their own without it. The thing is, this guy here doesn't have the chunky top or the chunky bottom. It's just chains. And don't worry, the coding stuff, it's not so hard. The learning type it's discouraging, but it's more important to learn new things. 100%, yeah. Learn new things at your own time is the best way to do it. So we have you here, you here, you here, you here, you here, you here. Yeah, I like how they twist. I do. I like the feel of it having the side portions be that, but I would like to see if it's possible to add the highlights. That's something else to note. And then also this part here at the top. But let's take a look at some of the other chains and see how we feel about them. So far though, I quite like this, but I also like the highlight of this guy. But this gets across what I want it to in the sense of the chains rotating between straight and circle. So I like that one. We also have on here some Terraria chains. You can see the chain that holds up this light bulb is kind of a zigzaggy pattern. We also have this chain here, which just seems to be sort of stars. And then we also have a chain weapon here. And we also have chains from the game itself, blocks you can place down. And again, we're seeing that pattern, or we're seeing that idea of it being just a really long rectangle compared to my circles. So in this case, it would be more so something like this, and then this, and then this, and then this, and then this, and this. This is their circle, or this is more so their pattern compared to my pattern. And it would be copy this here. Oh, hold on. Copy you here, paste you here. Yeah, that's their chains, more or less, compared to this chain. And I am seeing a pattern here. I am starting to see something emerge a little bit. Aside from that, something to note as well is they also add dark parts to the center of the chain, which is interesting. And you can see there's a 3x3 here. This is for the different sections of the chains, as you can connect them in any direction and it'll take from the different portions. So that's why it's separated up there. If we scroll on over to, let's say, these were the dark chains, so they had also that long circular pattern. This guy here was very chunky with circular motions. And then we have down here, now this guy I believe is from a itch.io pack, yep, the dungeon platformer tile set pixel art. And here, they do the thing I wanted to do, where it's something, if there's no outlines, it's just highlighting. Isn't that interesting? And for their highlights, at least, they do have a circle at the very top. That's everything they keep. You can also see here as well, the line that goes over starts where it's hooked and where it's looped. I think the chains with a clearly defined hole in the center look the best in general. Interesting, yeah. It's a thing of, what do you prefer? It doesn't matter much to me. For example, I like this. There's no hole in it, but I prefer this. I do like this for how simple it is, but maybe in different circumstances. And I like this too. This one I do like as well. For this one, the chain pattern itself, if I click on this guy here and go to this side here, it is just this here, hold on, this. So this one doesn't do, I guess what I'm noticing is some of them are realistic, some of them aren't. For example, here, this one's not on the realistic side where the chains twist. You just get a chain link, a simple chain link. And I quite like it. I like the feel of it, but I also like how chunky it feels twisting it. And the circle part is called the eye. Ooh, how fancy. I can see it, yeah. The eye of the chain. And I quite like the circle part too. I think the circle part adds a lot. And they did the idea as well, where they have the sides darker and then the other sides lighter. So they kind of had a highlight here and here and here, which I think could work well. I do like that feel for just highlighting. And then let's see. That's that guy there. We have some spikes, but we won't get into spikes. We have some cages. We also have some chain link here from, let's see, grab that. This is from Chrono Trigger. This floor here. I don't think we'll be able to get into it, but it's just something to notice about the chain idea for flooring patterns. Let's see. This here is from, I believe, Evil Land, if I'm not mistaken. And nope, it was from the Kai Kingdom. This chain right here, this guy here. And for these chains, they do chunky, and they also don't do realistic, and they also do outline. So whenever I'm talking about realistic, I just mean, do they twist when they form, or is it a repeating pattern? This guy's not realistic. This would be realistic because you can see it twisting. This guy here wouldn't be realistic because it's not twisting. And yeah, none of these are twisting. So when it's twisting, I'd say it's realistic. So if we go back down here, it's the same pattern over and over again. Some of them are from different angles, but it's the same feel of just darker portion, or there's a shaded portion, and then there's a non-shaded portion. So I grab this guy here, go back to this guy here, and do here. I definitely want to give another try at drawing the eye. I think that could be fun. Let's see. It'd be something like this, and then you would add a little bit of darkness along the sides and the bottom. So something like this here, something like that there, and then you would add in another chain. So this guy would kind of get directly connected. However you want to do it, something like, let's see here. This guy would get moved to about maybe here-ish. And then maybe we'd add in this guy here. Maybe goes up and around. Oh, maybe more so like that there. I don't want to make it perfect, but I'm just trying to dissect is what I'm currently in the process of doing. And another thing you can see too is that this guy has a top. So what we'll do is we'll also give it a little bit of a top. So we'll merge this down, we'll move this guy around, down, bring it down a little bit. That way we can add a little bit of a top here. Something like that maybe, but yeah, you know what? I don't think you have a top, never mind. It would just be the dark portion of this guy here. So the chains kind of feel like they're doing this sort of pattern. And then they also have darkness on the inner portions too. So if we look here, you can kind of see inner portions are darker. So you might add this guy here for our inner portions that are dark. You might add this guy here for your inner portions that are also dark. And then they have a little bit of highlights too on some of the edges. It depends, it seems like. So if we're looking at all of this, and you can see as well some edges here, what you might then do is add a little bit here going on, maybe a little bit here going on too, and then you add a little bit of a highlight on your highlights, so maybe something like that there, maybe something like that there. That feels like how the style is going. It's not one-to-one, but that's the feeling picking up when I look at this, which is interesting to say. From there, we also have Shovel Knight, and it's interesting that the links sideways to the viewers seem to be shorter. Yeah, well, the thing is, I can certainly say some of these are from animation, so they might be a little bit wonky in that sense because animation tends to mess with the proportions. So some of these, a few of these are, single frames. Some of them are animation. So it's, for this at least, a little bit more appropriate to take it with a grain of salt, since some of them aren't as what it might be because of just how stretchy animation can get. Next up on here, we have Shovel Knight, but before that, let's look at this one here. This is from The Legend of Zelda, The Minish Cap. We have another chain that seems to be the case of no center, and it also seems to be, I could call this one realistic. And hi Clippy Shelwyn, welcome to Twitch's side of things as well. And maybe because the chains are all the same, like it's not that longer line between the chains and the shows that connected. Usually in chains, there's one facing you and one showing the side. Yep. Shifting into Twitch because I wanted to follow you here too. Well, thank you for the follow on here too as well. And welcome to the other side. I hope you enjoy your stay here. Yeah, I can certainly see it. The thing is, I deem these not realistic. This one may be realistic because possibly this is the part that's not showing towards us. So maybe this is more on the realistic side since it's just not the same looping pattern. There's a little bit of line. So to elaborate a little bit more, what I mean is when it is, let's see, this guy, and it's this guy, something like this. Let's see, this guy here. Oh, hold on. That's a little bit too much, like that there. And then we copy that, we paste that there, something like that there. This versus something like this, where it's stretched out a little bit more. So it'd be possibly like that there, to show off that the chains are linking themselves. I'll delete that there, and copy that there, move that about, I think that's fine. Copy you here, maybe there, move that there, like that. It's just the length to see if it were on its side, would it show up like this too? If this guy, because we're seeing it from one side, so really this guy would have to be a little bit longer, but that's what I'm trying to pay attention to. So I would call the right one more realistic, the left one less realistic since it's more of a repeating pattern. And for this guy here, you can kind of see it. I would call this one more on the realistic side. Oh, hold on. I'm drawing on the layer. That's not good. We don't want that. Let's do back to chains here. Lovely. Okay. And I would say that because there's a lot of lines going on here, but you could also say in the sense of that there. This here, oh, hold on. This here is the chain. It's a singular chain. So it could also be seen as just a repeating pattern, whereas the other one, not quite as much. But with all of that said, we're seeing again a long length for a chain. So a lot of this guy here, a lot of this guy here, but instead we're also seeing a black area for the shading, which is interesting. I'd love to see it in the context of the game itself on what it's doing. But I think that's interesting to note. And also, this is a lighter color here around our edges here. And then we get darker, and then we get even darker. So really, the chain looks more like, let's see, you go out here, you go out here, and then you go out here, and then you also get some outer lines, so out there, there, and then you get a little bit there, you get a little bit there, that there. Yeah, this would be what the chain's more so doing. with a little bit of highlighting too along the way. Something like this here, maybe a little bit there, maybe a little bit less there. But that's the chain for The Legends of Zelda. And then let's see, we also have the chains from Shovel Knight. And I have to say, it's gotta be one of my favorite. It's so retro-y, but so modern. The color palette's so strong and it's so distinct, and it's just it's gotta be one of my favorites just to look at. And looking at here, one of the things that makes up Shovel Knight is its hard colors, and the black, and that looks great. Clearly menacing too. It should. Shovel Knight's one of those games where it can get very dark and grim, and there's a lot of contrast and a lot of black outlines going on. So it makes sense that this is serious. What I really like about it is the highlights. We have one here, and actually, let me do this just to be a little bit fair to everything else. I'll flip it here, because right now all of our lights are coming from the left, so we'll also flip this as well, so that the lights are coming from the left. That, to make it a little bit fair. And the color palette's so pretty. It is, I agree. Something to notice is that for the light, it uses a purple. It goes in a different direction of lighting, and I've seen this before. Sometimes where the light will be a different color than we would expect, and it turned out to be quite beautiful, if I do say so. So, looking at this guy, if we were to do something similar, if we were to use the ideas, and we talked about it before too, right? The screw idea, they do the screw idea too. For the chains themselves, they're quite square, they're quite chunky. The edges aren't round, they're square. So if I just, let's see, we do 1, 2, 3, we do one up here, we do 1, 2, 3, we do one down here, and then we also do one up top. It seems one on the bottom, I think is the pattern we're going for. And then they do something like this, where we take all the edges. Something like that seems to be what's going on for this guy here. And then they would connect. So you would copy this guy, paste it here, and it would be something like, oh, hold on. Actually, like that. There you go. Yeah, something more akin to this. And it seems to be the case that that guy is in the center. Yep. Yeah, got ya. And then the center is also just filled in. And for what the game is, it does make sense that there is this dark black going on in it. It does make a lot of sense. But for our game, I'm not quite too sure. But for this context, it makes sense. And what I was saying earlier about it being very blocky is the edges. If I do this here, remove these guys, it should make it feel rounder. And it doesn't feel as strong when I remove it, does it? Or maybe it does. It's the idea of shape language. Oh, hold on. Let me remove that there, remove that there. The chains are rounder on the right. The chains are sharper on the left because of the corners. And another thing you could do, for example, is if we go back into our Shovel Knight here, and I just copy this, you could also do the same. So if I copy this, paste this guy over here, if you wanted to make this even sharper for our circle, you could just make those edges sharper. And you might end up with something like this. And now you have very round, very thick, depending on what you're going for. It could be whatever you're trying to go for, which I think is also pretty neat too. So, aside from that, let's take a look at the lighting for the chains. And looking at these guys, let me also copy this guy. If I can, copy you, paste you, move you up to about there. Oh, hold on. There you are. Move you back down there, save you there. It's interesting though. I think this is the last one to look at, but I didn't come across any rusted metal, which is a shame. We'll have to come back to that some other time, but yeah, rusted metal. And this is pedantic, but I would say that's newly installed. Interesting you say that. I would say it's shiny because of its cartoony feel. The game itself is quite cartoony. Let me see, just so we can all get on the same page if any of you haven't seen Shovel Knight. Shovel Knight. It is a platformer game, but if I just grab here, let's see. Let's see. This right here. This is pretty good. This is an image of a level. It might, hold on. Let me see if I bring you into Pure Rough instead. It might be a little bit easier to see since it's getting a little fluffy. Yeah, that's better. Let me open up you here. For the style of the game, it uses a lot of dark colors, so it makes sense that it wouldn't feel, or it would have that kind of shiny look to it. You can even see with the trees, they just use black as the shading. So to have that shading of the chains be that way, I could see it going both ways depending on the context. I believe you're going into an abandoned castle in the setting, so maybe that was the intention, to make it feel new. Maybe. Let me go back into here and let me make this a little bit smaller here. Let's see. Make you there. Now you can see my face. Hello. Let's see here. Close you there and reopen you here. So to look at our color or our shading, there's a few things going on here. We have, and let me also subtract that, our shadow is this color here, is this purple. The purple is our shadow. And the purple is being used at the very bottom of our rings, you can kind of see, and on the right of our rings, and also on the left too. For example, here, it might be all of this here. It also might be a bit of this here, might be a bit of this here, and then it also might be a little bit on this here. So a little bit like that there, little bit here. It's the lighting's coming from this area, and it's coming, and this is the shadow here. And then from there, what you would have happen is you'd have the lighting added. So the lighting would go up here because that's where the highlight is. And that's more or less what the shadows are doing. There's 3 colors involved here, and I thought we might be able to do torches, but it has capability to show brown. It does, but, and I don't know if I'd be able to find it. The castle itself is purple, so the theme is, it might not be. If I pull this here, it looks a little bit something like this. So the purple makes sense in the context. It's maybe, but you can see red too. So having some brown here and there might not be too bad too as well. Let's see here. If I close this guy here, reopen this guy here, and do read that too. Lovely. Okay, good. Let me close you here. Yeah. So looking at all of these guys, there's a few things I do want to grab from each of them. There's a few ideas I like going on here, and that's the idea of you do the study, you get some references, and then you build off of it. You take ideas that you like, leave behind ideas you don't like until it is an amalgamation of combinations. So what we'll do is we'll do a new layer here. So what I like about, what I like about the Shovel Knight is the shading. I really like the shading on it. And what I like about Undertale is I like the shape of it. So we'll also grab that one there, this guy right here. I like the shape of it. And another thing I like as well is I like, let's see, where are we at? Let's see, the you here. This guy was quite nice, but I don't know if we can use it comparing or with what we have. This is what I wanted to look at. This guy here from the pack. If I go ahead and copy you here, I also quite like the shading on this guy here too. So these 3 chains I like most out of the ones we've seen. So the hope is that now, looking at these guys, looking at my chain, can we upgrade my chain to feel a little bit nicer and have it be more something that I'd like to have? And to do that, what we start off with, I think, is changing the look of the chain itself. You can see here the Undertale or underground. I think it's Deltarune, so I'll say Deltarune. The Deltarune shape itself is a little bit different. So I'm wondering if we can combine the shapes of these two, if it's possible, in the sense of the 3. Yeah, 3 long, I think, is the height. So we go back to this guy here, grab our guy here, and we just need to take into mind that this is a tile. And if we're trying to make it a tile set, we might just have to do longer strands. So if I just draw on this, you can see it's tiled. So let's see what we can do. I'm going to remove, you know what? We would have a bottom chain. So I think it's okay to make a middle one. I think it's okay. So we'll do this guy here. And from there, it's going to need to be, to start off first, is the line going through. Deltarune chains kind of look like a spine. You know what? I can see it too, yeah. A spine. Maybe it's the color. Maybe it would feel better if it were, let's see, where's it at? This color in this reference compared to these colors, but I can see it being a spinal cord too. 100%. Let's see. Remove that there, remove that there. Okay. From there, I'm looking at this line and we're seeing some circles, so it's just the surrounding idea. We just have to make a pattern that aligns with some of these edges going on here. So it might be 2 here, and then you would erase this guy here. So this guy would get erased. And that would be the pattern we go for, sort of feel. So that guy there, that guy there. That might be more of the chain. And then you would have to see if you could do that for the other guys. I don't know yet, so let's see. It is a separation of 1 and then 3. So we have on here our, let's see, 4 really. Is this 4? Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. And it's 4 each, or is it? No, it's 1, 2. It's 2, 1, 2, 1. So let's try doing 3, 1. In this case, we would do 3 here. So you would separate these 3. So 3, and then 1, and then you would do 3. So 3 here, like that there, 3, and then 1, and then 3. Does this equate? 3, 1. Lovely. So we can do that. That is possible. So the 3, 1, 3, 1. That's step 1. That brings us a little bit more to a chainsy idea already. And again, it's not the 1-to-1 of the shaping of here. I stretched it out a little bit more instead of what was already on here. And from that, we'll save it, and then we'll continue. So let me see if I can save it. I'll move this guy up here. We'll move that beside each other, because I do like looking. No more circle, let's go! I do quite like my circle, but I understand where the circle is not a thing. You know, I'm not against the well, I'm not against the length or the longness, but I'm telling you, that circle's nice if you give it a chance. Let's see here. We'll do our guy here so that we don't modify existing tiles, and then from there, what we'll do is we will just do a little dot here, and then we'll go back to this guy here, which is our show tile sets, and we'll grab this guy so that we're on the right tile set. Make sure we have that tile set selected. So if I click on this guy, we should have it selected. There we are. You can kind of see it. There's a little dot going on. So now if I hold down control, you can see these are all one. So these are the same. And this 5 here is also now the same. So when we modify this guy now, it should modify this one. I was just making a backup so we can see what's going on. With that said, let's go ahead. I'll undo the tile set guy, and now we're modify existing tiles. So now if I were to just draw on here, it only does the ones on the right, which is what we're looking for. And I'll go ahead and drag this guy back up. Maybe a little bit more up, that way you can see it a little bit better. All right, so next thing I wanted to do was maybe we change the colors a little bit, or maybe we make them a little bit brighter. I think that's another thing too, because I do agree with it looks a little bit too dark considering everything. So maybe we can go for more of a guy like up here. Oh, hold on. Let's see. We'll do you there. There we are. That should change the chains here. Okay, that should be fine then, I think. Hold on. Nope. Hold on. Undo, redo. We just made this 5, and now it doesn't want to do the thing. Hold on. Let's see. You're 4. You're also 4. Let me make sure you are. Let's see. Grab you here. Modify. We do want to not modify. Click on you again. Then we'll go back to this guy here. Click on you. Click on you. Click on you. You're all now 5 again. Save. Okay. Go back to you here. And now, if we grab this tile, only this tile should change color when we select it, which is the case. Lovely. So we need to figure out a color that would, and actually, you can see here, these silvers do a good job at blending. You're not blending. If especially I do this, you can see that's not too bad. So maybe silver might be a little bit better. Or we could see about doing the rusted brown too, right? But the issue is because we already have quite a, what's the word I'm looking for? Because we already have a brownish tone, it might not look as nice. However, something to note as well is, if I recall correctly, rusted metal doesn't shine, right? It's pretty dull. And I want my metal to shine like the, the Shovel Knight one. So going the rusted direction, maybe not, but maybe we could just change the colors a little bit. So it still feels maybe a little bit more on the brown side instead. Maybe, let's see, go back here, maybe go down a little bit here, possibly here. That's not too bad. Maybe bump it up a little bit in brightness, just a little bit more, something like that there. Yeah, I can see it popping out. I think we're good to go. From there, we're going to need a darker color. So let's go ahead and do a darker color here. So down here, and I do like going to the left for my colors when it comes to shading though. This guy here, you can see it doesn't, or it blends in too much. We can't even see it if we change the colors to black and white. So in this case, might have to make it darker. Maybe also slide it over to this guy here and undo that color here. Maybe that there. Again, it's not bright. And oh, hold on. I'm going to guess that's probably more more Eldritch if I had to guess. Let's see here. If I place that guy into there. Oh no, I can't tell. Just quickly. Translator. There we are. Yeah, oh, I see. Got you. I'm going to guess that is some sort of language then. It does make it a little bit hard to moderate when it is in a different language, but it looks like some sort of poem, if I had to guess. All right, with that said, let's go back to here. Save that guy here. I think we can use a different color. It needs to be distinct enough. So maybe we can go a little bit to the right here, up the saturation a little bit, slide you over into maybe your purples. And now, how are we looking? That's okay. You know what? I think this might work for the other color. It's not too dark though, so possibly we can do a little bit darker so that it does work in its favor. And how's that? I think I like the other one better, truth be told, but we'll see. From here, we needed to add the chain idea. So we needed to go in here and first start off by adding in the lines here. And then, hold on, let's see. We need to do you here, you there. Yep. And then we need to do the guys on the side. So it's going to then be the idea of this guy being a line. And then, oh, now this is where we run into issues because of the length of our chain. It's that idea of, okay, we don't have a center one here. And so maybe we really might have to reduce the length a little bit more, possibly, because we have the pattern of this way, that way, this way, that way, this way. Well, hold on. This way, that way, this way, that way, this way. Oh, hold on. I think it might be possible. This way, that way, this way, that way. Oh, never mind. We're good. I did it wrong. We're good. And what about using blue and brown for rusted copper? We could certainly try. Let's see. This right now is a purple, but we could lean over to blue. We already have a lot of blue, which is a bit of an issue here. Let's see here. Save that guy there. And, I did read that too. Lovely, lovely. And, oh, I did read that too. Lovely. Okay. And also, if I'm holding down control, this is 5. Okay, we're good. And I put that guy here. And then we do this guy along this side here. We do this guy along this side here. So something like this for our chains, I quite like. And the question was to do something a little bit more on the blue side. So let's see, blue and brown. Yeah, right now it's on the brown category. If we were to do something more, well, a lot of our colors currently are warm. So keeping to the warm idea is a good one. If we maybe do a little bit more on this side, so a little bit more tan, I think the silver is okay. It's already quite warm. This guy isn't warm though. So maybe we can go more towards our reds and do this guy here. That might work a little bit better. It's more on the earthy tones compared to the really cool ones. But if I do this color here and we look out, you know what? It's not too bad. That's not too bad. We'll keep it. We can certainly keep it. Okay, so from there, let's see. We were looking at the outlines, and I quite liked our outline idea because I want to do something like this with shading. So next up, what we'll do is we'll grab a darker outline of this color here. So we'll go darker, maybe a little less saturated. We'll go a little bit more in the darker tones here. And actually, that's too dark. Oh, it's way too dark. Let's do something darker about here. Maybe down here a little bit. Slide it over a little bit. We just want it to feel different than the other one here. So maybe we can do something like that there. That works out a little bit better. I'm okay with this here. And from there, we kind of have that guy here, this guy here, this guy here, this guy here, that guy there. Move them all to their own areas here. And I think that's okay. Something like this, though, truth be told, I think the outline might be too much. Either it's too much or the contrast is too much. If we're looking at this, the contrast is pretty low, as in the differences. This is super duper dark compared to everything else. So maybe it's the case we need to either make this light guy darker or the other guys lighter. So if I do this guy here and then do this guy as our color, that looks a little bit better, right? This versus this. I quite like this. And we can even go maybe a little bit more into the reds, a little bit more into the oranges colors here. Something like that, though, that's too different. I think this is fine. This color here. And if it's this color, maybe we can go down a little bit, to the left a little bit here, and do this color instead. That looks better than what it was before. And I think I can copy it. I don't know if it'll let me, but if I do, convert to layer, copy, and then do undo, 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 undo. Go back to what we initially had, redo, 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 new layer, paste, lovely. So it went from the left to the right, which I think is a big improvement. The contrast, the differences in colors was too much. It was a lot of bright colors against darker colors, while this one blends in a little bit more, which I think makes it feel nicer. Sometimes it's good to have high contrast, sometimes it's not. It depends on what you're trying to draw attention to. And I think the left one had too much contrast. The right one has better contrast in the sense of it will actually, truth be told, it is also not popping out of the background anymore. But is that what we want? Do we want it to blend into the background? That's also something to take into account as well. Because initially we did want it to pop out. Now it's not popping out. So do we want it to pop out or not? That's the question to ask. And let me go ahead and save this guy here. For example, I'd say some of this guy does pop out, but it's a little bit too bright. So it just really depends. We'll go back into our chains here. And for now, what we'll do is I'll grab this guy and I'll grab these colors and we'll do the lighter guy here. So we'll do this guy here, that guy there, and that guy here. And the reason why I wanted to do this is because I wanted to do something like this here, where there's a bit of a darker color in some areas. So I would grab this guy here, go a little bit darker for that portion. And I wanted to go a little bit darker for here. Maybe a little bit darker. Maybe just a smidge darker on the left side, since that's the darker portion. So something like this here, just a little bit darker. So I think it's too dark, so let's not go that dark. So let's go down a little bit, to the left a little bit. And now let's do this instead. So something not too high in contrast, just a little bit of a difference that you can tell. The left is darker, or the right is darker. Yeah, something that's a little bit darker on one side. Something like this here, I think is okay. And then from here, you can also see the light is on the other side. And this is where the other portions would come into play. This is when the chain is towards us. So let's use that to our advantage, where you can see here the lighter colors and darker colors. So if we grab this color here, we make it a little bit darker and we smooth it over to the other portion here. This might work. It might work indeedy. And what we'll do is we'll kind of follow that pattern idea where the top two, so this top two is darker, this top two is darker, and then we also have this bottom guy here, which gets a little bit darker. The little bottom guy here also gets a little bit darker. And then we also have this guy here that also has a little bit of darkness on its side. I think that adds some texture to it. And I'm also looking here as well, and I'd say it does add texture. And personally, it does kind of hurt my eyes focusing on it, but that's probably because the wall kind of has the same pattern, but bigger. Oh, you know what? Fair point. Maybe that's a good thing then, though, that the, what is it? It doesn't pop out as much? Or are you saying it should have more contrast? I can see what you mean, though. It kind of blends in. We don't want it in the foreground, but maybe by having it in the foreground, that might make it better. We can certainly mess around with the contrast afterwards to see, but I do understand what you mean. Yeah, you usually, it's like wearing clothing. You don't want to wear pattern on top of pattern. You want one thing to be simple, the other thing not to be. So I can wholeheartedly understand what you mean. Yeah, 100%. There's a lot of small patterns going on here, so pattern on pattern, I don't really say with fashion. From here, I'm looking at it, and we also have that highlight, right? And this is where we get to have a little bit of fun in the sense of we don't have to go white for the highlight. So for example, here we have this guy here for our highlight, and it would be this guy up here, and then let's see, this guy up here, and then possibly this guy up here, and this guy up here. For your highlights, you don't have to go that way. You can go, and you can go a little crazy with it if you really wanna, which is my favorite thing to do. I'm not too good at executing crazy, but I enjoy the idea of it at the very least. So if we go ahead and grab, let's see, our that was one chain idea. Let me merge that layer down. We also have our back layer, so let me merge you also down. Oh, hold on. How can we do this? You go here, and then we merge you down. Nope, never mind. You'll stay like that. These are our chain references. So I'll put that there, and then we'll do a new layer as well, as this is that layer. What's this layer? I see. Lovely. Okay, new layer. Paste. Slide you over, and we'll also slide you over here and slide you over here. There we go. And what I'm seeing is, or what I'm thinking at least is, yellow is usually a color used for highlights sometimes. So if we go to our chain guys here, we could possibly do a yellow. And what I'll do is I'll go up a little bit here, and maybe we can get away with doing a yellowy highlight like this. Maybe not quite, but that's the idea, is that you would use a different color for your highlight. So possibly we can do this here. Maybe a little bit not so obvious. Though this guy gets crazy with its contrast, which I really do enjoy. I would like to get better understanding how to add that oomph to it. Right now, it's just more of a greenish color, which I'm not quite a fan of, but I think it's okay. That's just the thing of just trying things. I'm seeing where you end. We could also maybe try for more of an orangish highlight, something like that there. But it just depends. I think left versus right, I quite like it feeling, or the brighter color here. We can also try this guy here and do this guy up a little bit brighter. It doesn't have to be too bright, because again, we're worried about contrast. We don't want it to feel like it's popping out too much. You can see here, oh, look at that. It's not even popping out. It's blending in, but yet it still feels like an oomph. Interesting. Hold on here. Okay. We have a blue, and then we have this purple, and yet they are around similar values, which is interesting. But when we undo it, it doesn't feel like that. It feels like it's popping out, which I think is super duper interesting. Okay, is there a way we can do that then? These are already quite bright colors, and I know there's a way to check it, but what's this color compared to the other colors? This is a little bit, hold on, fill that in. Well, if it lets me, do contiguous, do that there, nope, fill in. You don't want me to fill you in, hold on. Is it the different colors? Undo, do that there, that there. I see, you're all different colors. Okay, now you're similar colors. If we do this, I think this might be a little bit better. We want it to pop, but not too much. You can see it's a highlighted color, but it's not too bright. So maybe we can do something like that too, where it's a highlighted color, but it's not too bright. Something like that. It feels like it's popping out a little bit too much, so we rein it in a little bit. And I think this is enough pop. You can see it's not quite bright to the other ones. So that's what I'm trying to keep in mind. Maybe we can keep it darker over here, go a little bit over here, keep it darker, maybe something like that. You can see it's still a bright color, but it's a different color. And doing that can add a different feel, I would certainly say. And it just depends on if you like that feel. I want to get better at said feel, but I don't quite know. You can do a red if you really want, but I think my orangish red is fine. It's not as bright as I would want it to be, but that's okay. I didn't want to do white. I wanted you to see it and not think to yourself, ah, this is white. Because you can see this, think it's white. It's more of like a creamish tone. But this, you know for certain, it's still a shine. I like it. I think it works. With that said, let me just double check. This guy should be darker than this guy. It's not quite as dark. So let me make you a little bit darker here and fill you in on the side. So do that there, that there, that there. Let me make sure your color... Oh, hold on. You need to be slid over about there. So now try that again. Just a little bit on the right there. It's a little bit darker. You go there, you go there. There we go. Like that. I think that works out a little bit better. So all these guys get a little bit darker. And also, you could also many alsos here. Add in, and oh, hold on. This guy needs to be removed. Oh, no, hold on. You go there. There you are. I'm thinking, is it possible to maybe add a shading here, where we do a little bit darker on the right side? And this could just also be color overload. But when it comes, or what I've appreciated is that with Pixelart, you can do a lot of colors, you can do a little bit of colors. It just depends on your taste. And I tend to find my taste is, I like few colors, but I also like it when it's a lot of colors, but they work together. And it feels like the colors matter. For example, this here doesn't feel like it matters quite well because the colors aren't, if I do this, it might make a little bit more sense, but the colors aren't quite, they blend so close together that I would combine these into one color. So if I really want to get my bang for my buck, I would think about making this a little bit darker. That's the feel I would go for, but I'm looking on here. I don't like it, so we're gonna remove it. It is like that. Yeah, I like this a little bit better. From there, let's then update the up guy here. And I can't believe it's already 4:52. Oh my goodness, and here I thought we would only take another like 30 minutes. Nah, not happening. Okay, so with that chain now, let's modify it a little bit. So I'll go ahead, I can use our eraser, and we should be able to do the brush tool up here. And now we can erase the tile here. Then we can grab this tile, brush with this tile here, like so. And now we can go ahead and maybe just grab this guy here. And actually, let's do, we might just have to build it from the ground up, since I get the idea I'm going for. We just kind of have to modify a little bit. So looking back at these guys, there's a few ways they seem to do it. In the fastest 4 hours of my life, the time always flies, I tell you. It's always the thing of just time flies when you're having fun or when you get invested in something, though. I do appreciate you all for, spending those 4 hours, maybe a little bit more. I want to do the top. I don't know about doing the bottom per se, since it might be a little bit more, but we'll see, we'll see. Let's focus on this guy here and see what time we get. As I can't stay for long past 5, but we'll see where we can get. As fortunately, we didn't get to do torch, so maybe that's something we'll tackle along with something else on here. Maybe ladders we'll do as well. Maybe also barrels is another topic to do too. But let's see here. If we go to, you have you here, and it's sort of a square idea. I liked the idea of it being the four guys for the screws. 4 screws and adds, okay, yeah. Hold on, we'll do that there. We'll have those go there. And let's think about this. So, certainly torches aren't going to get done today, but that's a-okay to do. We'll just have to do them another time. Now, I did want to do a cloud study, but honestly, I'm having a lot of fun with this, the mini dives where we do a little bit back to back to back. But maybe we take a break from the dungeons for a little bit and then come back. It depends, truly, I say. But I do like just adding on to this. It's fun to go back or to draw all of this out and see the growth and everything. So I do enjoy it at the very least. Let me get a little bit of water. Let's see here. Alrighty, water has been drunk. With that said, let me also get some tea. Lovely. And you must feel dehydrated without the redeems? Not at all. Funny enough, if I get too many hydration redeems, then I don't feel the need to hydrate myself. So it's a thing of, if I get more, then I do it on my own less. If I get less, then I do it on my own more. I usually come to stream with 2 water bottles and leave with 2 empty water bottles. So I'm quite on track in the sense of drinking enough water for the day. Don't you worry, I get my hydration in quite often. Let's see. So while we're waiting on the ads, we'll do some stretches, and if we still have time, we'll set things up. So let's see. We'll start off by going to the right a little bit. Then we'll go to the left a little bit. Then we'll go to the back a little bit. And then we'll go to the front a little bit. And then let's go ahead and go to the right a little bit. Then let's go to the left a little bit. Then let's go to the front a little bit. And we'll also go to the back a little bit. There we are, all stretched and done for our necks and our backs. I hope that did help out a little bit if you did decide to do it along. And you should do better and drink more water. You should. Water, I've been told, helps with just general health. If you aren't hydrating, a lot of things can go wrong just in general. So if you're struggling, that's just, that's disgusting. I wish I never saw it. Hold on, is there a way we can fix this? I don't like it one bit. Let me grab you here. Do you see the problem? If I move you here and just move you, let's see, you here, modify only you. The issue is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Terrible, awful. And random headaches are like 99% times caused by dehydration. I still don't know. Really? That surprises me. Then again, I have also been told if you don't have enough electrolytes, you can also get headaches. And the color might look strange because 1, there's no other objects or lighting in the room. The red so nice chain would fit in the context. 2, blue and purple are complementary colors. They fit well in together. But gray and red isn't really together, but looking at it, zoomed out, it feels better. That's good. I think definitely context helps, especially when you're looking here. And if we also add in some torches, I also think that'll help it feel a little bit better. Because ideally, if this were actually a game, this would be the game screen. So I think it wouldn't feel as bad. I especially think compared to the white color, not as blending in. But I do see your point, 100%, that the blue and purple. So in our case, we're using right now orange and red. Those are the 2 colors that these guys are. This is a lot of just orange and red. I'm in that range. But for complementary colors, I guess, what is it? Complementary would be blue? Or no, that's colors beside each other, right? Complementary, blue and purple are beside each other. So technically, yeah, this is complementary colors because we have red and orange. They're around the same area. Maybe not as bright, but they're in that group just about. Let me go ahead and hide this guy. I just want to see. I just want to have a little conversation with the chain. And welcome back from the ad breaks. I've discovered something truly horrifying and awful that must be fixed at once. It's uneven. It's because it's a single line in the center. It hurts. Hold on. It can be fixed. It's all right. Things can be better. If I just separate this guy here, then click on modify existing tiles, all I have to do is just copy this guy, paste this guy, and slide him over, and now the chains. Okay, so upon further recognition, it seemed to be the case that makes them too chunky. And I quite liked how slim my chains were, which means, yeah, it goes back to circle. So we have to deal with it being off-centered, I suppose. Never mind then. All right, I concede. Let's see here. I'll go ahead and erase this guy here. And what I wanted to see about was, well, actually, not erase, modify. We just need to modify this guy here. So go and click on you here. We'll go to our chains, modify you. This one's particular should be modified. And then we can just go back to manually modifying these guys here. So we were thinking, I like the square idea. I quite like the square feel. There's a square pattern. There's also a circular or rectangle portion as well. And I think for our purpose, because there's also not many on here, and we can also check with this too, where we can see, if I zoom in a little bit, there's some squares going on here. There's also some long squares too. I think a long squares, rectangles. And I think let's do something like this. I quite like the square feel. I also quite like the lighting in the sense of there being the corner. So let's go with that. And to do that, let's see. Is it just a regular chain on top and then kind of a little bit of a loop? Yeah, okay. And then for this guy here, if we're looking at it, there's also a little bit of a loop. So kind of just depends, I'd say. So if I go to this guy here, I go to this guy here, and I go ahead and use my center tool, we should be able to center it if it lets me click the button. The right button here, center tool. Are you going to work with me or work against me, huh? What are we doing here? Let's see. That there, and then go back to you. Oh, hold on, you. And then select this guy here. Lovely. And for now, we'll just use what we were using initially. So it was this guy back here, and it was about halfway. So we'll go ahead and we'll have this guy go about here. So I did like the square. So something like this, possibly. About there. You know, for certain, that guy's getting erased. that guy would go about here. So if this guy is going, let's see, this is where it wraps over. So truth be told, I think this guy should wrap over something else. So maybe really we would have it come down here and then fill this guy, hold on, fill this guy in here and remove this even more because this is where we're focusing. We're focusing on this guy because that's where it wraps over before it shows to our side. So if that's the case, maybe we can have then our guy go back to, and oh, actually, I do quite like this color. I can't say that much. Don't know where we got the color, but it's a nice color. Let's see. You wrap around, and yeah, where did this color come from? I don't know. No. It's this color. Yeah, you know what? That color works well too. So, you know, it works out in any way. Let's see here. I had the idea, or actually, we need to have that outline first. So do we want to do the outline like this? That's not too bad. Not too bad, having the outline as the chain portion thing. There was also the idea of having the bottom portion, so something like this here. That makes it look too 3D. If we add this guy and add the highlight on top, I definitely think that helps in the sense of everything. Maybe we can do, hold on, not symmetry. But if we do the idea of turn symmetry off, turn you off as well. Oh, hold on. Everything's on. Okay. We do this guy here. That could look nice too, I think. So let's do that there. That adds that highlight portion. And let's see. We can also do this guy here, where this guy is also the bottom bits like that there. That could also add some dimension to our guy. And then what Shadow Knight did, and I was suggesting this before, I don't think we can do it here. But the idea of some sort of maybe, what is it? Some dots like there for nuts and bolts. I do like that. And then as well, there was a blending of colors up at the top to show off the different, I'm guessing maybe colors or dimensions possibly. And to do that, I'm thinking, well, first off, they had the highlight up here, but I don't think we need to do that. I think it's fine where it is. I would just want to add a little bit of shading down here. So the shading color below this guy is technically this guy here, but that might look a little bit too similar. But you know what? I think we can get away with it. What do you think? I think it is possible to get away with it. It looks different enough from a distance that you don't think it's the same color. At least I don't think it's the same color. So I think it's okay. The last thing is that we would just need it to look like it's wrapping onto something. So maybe what we can do is do something like this here and then have a little bit of this here. Maybe, or maybe we can add a little bit of this guy up here to maybe add that hook feel that was here before. And then, actually, now I'm thinking about it. Let's go back to the symmetry tool. This guy here is the chain. This here would be what the chain's touching on. So it might be something more so like this. But then the double line and the other two guys, not quite. So it'd be something there, I think. Maybe then we could do a line down there to show, or maybe a line up here. I think that could work. It's not realistic, but I think imagination can play a part in helping it feel okay compared to the other ones. I think this is fine. And then maybe we could add a shine or something afterwards. But I think all in all, this is okay. Especially for now. We can always come back to it later as well. But what I'll finish up doing is I'll add a little bit of this guy here, a little bit of this guy here. Or actually, no. Let's do you here, you there. I just realized I need to watch the archive streams that you just did to brainstorm ideas. That was 5 months before, but to learn how to start. Maybe I need to go to the same journey you did and just put my ideas. I know. Well, let me rephrase that. I hope to, sometime this month, by the end of the month, get out a video for how to get started with game development. So maybe that'll be helpful too. Not to say to hold off, but I would suggest, yeah, the step one is always just making ideas and trying to make ideas that are feasible. Yeah, I'm hoping, speaking of ideas, that I can do it, but with everything else I'm doing, it's a little tricky, but fingers crossed, a game dev starter video should be a lot of fun to do as well, and hopefully it'll be handy. I think all in all though, we'll call it here since I quite like what we have. It's not exactly, but, right? Just going off what we had initially, I think it is quite the change, and quite a lovely change too, if we go from left to right. So left's what we started off on, right is where we ended. I quite like left. I think there was usefulness gotten out of the study. But that too as well, we also have this guy here for the little spider web. So I'm quite satisfied with what we did today. And next week, let's see. Next week, we'll be doing a cloud study. So that should be a lot of fun. Maybe we can do some landscapes and quite the change. Ah, that hurts. How dare you? Use my own own words against me. Oh boy. I think next week we'll do, so please stop. Next week, we'll do a pixel art study on landscapes. I think that could be a lot of fun. Drawing some clouds, maybe some mountains and things of that nature. We'll see about doing next week. And we will cover the topic of torches another day since it is also on here. And if you also have any suggestions, feel free to leave them in the Discord as well. Oh, speaking of, before I forget, Discord, let's see if anyone did some pixel art along with us. So let's go into here. I should be able to click here. And let me click on, let's see, here in our welcome, and then I should be able to do bring you into our planning screen, and from there you should be able to see it. I click up on there, Discord. So welcome into the Discord. You can see Sleepy Panda has joined, as well as Xeon. I hope I said those names correctly, but welcome into you as well, or to you both. And once you're here, would you ever consider doing a surprise stream in the middle of the week? You know, the thing is, I am either all energy or no energy. So I spend all week channeling my energy for the end of the week. So doing a surprise stream, whoa. Oh boy, that would surprise myself. I won't say yes, but I also won't say maybe. That is unlikely. I'll say that. If anything, I would add another day of the week to stream. Maybe Thursday, but maybe more so in the middle of the week, depends. But that's that. And no, it's Xeon's you. I say, well, welcome in, Xeon. Welcome in. From here, what you'll do, from your welcome, is you'll go down a little bit more, and you should see Pixel Art Study with me. And these are, oh, I'm getting spoiled, hold on. These are the previous Pixel Art Studies we've done together. And if I click on Dungeon Props, you should be able to see the top pinned one. You can see there's been previous Pixel Art we've done. So if you have some Pixel Art you'd like to share of the topic today, feel free to put it in here. And you can see as well, Frost. I ran out of space in my 32x32 trying to make the spider realistic. Yeah, that's the issue. I can't quite see it well, so let me see if I can drag and drop it into Aseprite. Let's see, Aseprite, work with me now. Drag and drop. Lovely, perfect. Let me bring you into here. So this was drawn by Frost, and I think it's adorable. I like the circular feel. I also can see the inspiration when it comes to the guys coming out as well. This guy can come out here, and the circle more feel. Yeah, interesting, and well done as well, Frost. I don't know if you hear, but thank you for participating. Let me bring you back into the screen here. Yes, indeedy, art. I think that covers everything then. And if you have any suggestions, as I said before, feel free to leave them. Oh, I don't know where there is. I'll have to find it some other time because I think it's some other sorting things, but you should be able to find it. What that said, oh, I can click here. Directory, right? Click directory, suggestions, right there. Suggestions you should be able to see. All that said though, let me bring you back into our just chatting screen. If you're on Twitch, consider sticking around. I always like to see if we can find someone of like mind to raid. In this case, we'll see if we can find a pixel artist to raid since we did some pixel art today. If you're on YouTube though, that'll be it for me until I see you tomorrow, where we'll be doing some more programming and working on my game. My game is a rhythm typing cafe game. I'm programming it in Godot, and I've been working on this game for a little bit over a year, and it is in what's the other thing? I think I said everything. Yes. Oh, it's the second game I've ever made. There we are. So I'm still very much a beginner. With all that said, though, again, if you're on Twitch, consider sticking around. I'm going to go to the end screen, going to end it on YouTube, and then come back. So if you'd like to raid, consider, popping a squat here. Well, all that said, though, I hope you all have a lovely morning, afternoon, evening, or good night. I hope to see you all tomorrow, if not next week.